Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you're well today. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to wherever you are in the world. Welcome on this happy Saturday to leg 15 of the Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight. Today, we're at El Fasher in Sudan, and we are headed to two locations today. The first one is Khartoum, where we will spend a little bit on the ground for a quick refuel. In real life, they spent 2 hours there. And then we will fly on until we get to Massawa in Eritrea. And then on Monday evening, I'm going to do a little leg from Massawa down to Assab in preparation for next week's humongous 1,800-mile flight from Assab all the way through to Karachi via the south coast of Saudi Arabia. So that's going to be a long one. So going to get a couple in this week just to make sure we're ready. It's currently around 8 o'clock in the morning in El Fasher today, and the weather I'm going to be going with today is, of course, the WPP blazing sun. The main reason for that is it's going to be 110 degrees when we get to Massawa this afternoon, so it's going to be really, really hot. So it was about 40 degrees in the morning when they started off. So let's get that up now. And we have some peeps in chat already. So there is the legend himself, Catbat9. Hello, mate. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great weekend. Dangerous Brian. Hey, hey, hey. I hope your computer's not giving you too many problems. Let me know if you get stuck. Five per strike. Oh, you're heading to Panama City Beach, Florida. Well, enjoy your trip. Who else have we got? We've got Kazaki Flyer. All hail, Kazaki Flyer. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I've had a really rough week, so I've not been very well. But hopefully I shouldn't be too bad this week. I may have to turn the camera off and dive over the back of the fuel tanks to go to the loo a few times, but we'll see. Rolly Mal, welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you again today. I hope you're doing well and you're looking forward to joining us on our flight down to Massawa via Khartoum. I'm doing okay, Catbat. I'm doing okay. I have been better, but my Bravo throttle quadrants arrived yesterday, so I am really, really happy about that. So I was a little bit, it's like yeah, here, and then I was so poorly I couldn't do very much with them yesterday. So I have them set up. Hopefully they're not going to cause me too many problems. I'm back to my old rudders. I'm afraid my takeoffs and rolls may be a little bit ropey because they're not quite as good as my other ones. So I haven't quite got my movements back in on them yet. So hopefully that's not too bad at all. But we'll see as I wobble off down the runway. Botip, hello mate, nice to see you. So we've got about 5 for the hype for the Bravo. It's fantastic. I mean, it's not, it's like, you can plug it in and it works. No. No, you have to fiddle and configure it. But it's pretty good. And I've got all the lights working, and I've fixed the bugs with the throttle 2, and I fixed the bug with the vertical speed indicator. So hopefully going to be okay. The only trouble is it doesn't really work very well with the Mooney, because the Mooney's got its separate altitude adjuster down here and everything. So, well, I'll still have to meddle with that as we get going. So have a quick look outside. I think we've got Dangerous Brian's on the ground here. We've got Catbat9, Kazaki Flyer already with us. And so what we'll do is we're going to depart runway 23 today, which is that away. It's up there. So we will go down to runway 23 and take off that way. We will circle around once, and then we'll head off towards Khartoum. So let's get this puppy started. Just make sure everything works. There it does. There we go. I've got to remember I've set up buttons for everything. Oh, yeah, my rudders. I've got my old rudders. I've sent the other ones back. No shiny skin today, I'm afraid. Bork. There's a bug in the game at the moment, which means that if you've got a little custom livery and somebody else doesn't, it causes them massive stuttering. So for today, we're just going to have to go with the old ones, the old in-game livery for now, just to make sure that everyone has a good flight and everything. So yeah, I've sent my TPRs back. I am getting a replacement to try them out, but if they still don't work when I get them, Okay, Goblin, no worries. Then I will wait for the Charlies because the Bravo has worked flawlessly since I've started this up. So, okay, let's get some battery on the go. Let's get some juice in there. I guess I should do a boosty of the pumpage and then clear prop. Get the alternator on. Now I can turn that on. Happy Saturday. Oh, Stairway to Bacon. Happy Saturday. Lovely to see you. Goblin Zeus, good to see you as well. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, if you're flying today, standard liveries, I'm afraid, just so that we don't cause problems with people's flights and everything. Because the stuttering is awful. Super Typhon, happy morning to you. I hope you're doing great today. Right, so let's. So we're going to be flying at 8,000 feet for the first leg. The second leg's going to be about 9,000 feet to clear the mountains. So Brian, we have mountains on the second leg, and it's a very steep approach to the airport. So what we'll do is once we get there, we'll circle down and land in. Cool. Right. So let's just make sure everything's working. All my control surfaces. I wish my track IR would work, but I can't get it to work with my screen. As I say, I am probably going to have a very dodgy takeoff. I haven't really flown this since before. I haven't used these for a long time now. So I hope they're all good. Right, so, and now I've set my parking brake to a different thing, so let's turn that off. That I did hear that move. Let's just a little bit of throttle. Test the brakes. Yeah, brakes work. Okay. And the only thing I haven't done is, of course, I haven't fueled my tanks. So there we go. I'm close enough to the fuel for them to have done that. Terrain, terrain, terrain. you... Splasher 6, good morning. Good morning, good morning to you. Right, we're going to put it up to runway 23. Which is left at the hold short line, backtrack down, and then there's a turning point at the end. So as we're getting going today, the route today will take us from El Fasher all the way northeast to Khartoum, where we were meant to be last week, but obviously Amelia had a problem with her suspension in the aircraft, which delayed their takeoff till the afternoon, so they cut it short and ended at El Fasher. But because they had a massive amount of fuel supplies at Khartoum, they had to get there to use them, given that they'd paid for them all. So they did a quick break of 2 hours there, refueled, and then got underway again over to Massawa. So that's where we're going today. Obviously, there's the good old Electra sat at El Fasher getting ready to go. And quite a lot of people around the aircraft that time. Oh, my Sperry bot's being a little bit naughty. Too quick. Check your fuel and switch tanks if needed. So I was wonder if that'll do it every 15 minutes like it's meant to. And here we've got the Khartoum chart. So this is the chart that Amelia used when she flew to Khartoum. And basically it tells her that it's got the longitude and latitude coordinates. And it also has the approximate location, what to look for. So it said to her that she had to look for the airport, which was directly east of the railway station. Having looked on the maps now, the railway station's not very close. So we've got Stairway to Bacon's here, Rolly Mouse 9 is here, Druid Zeus is up here as well, Cat Bat. Okay, so these rudder pedals are a little bit more work to try and get the nice neat turns in. And here comes Dangerous Brian now, so we'll just give a quick wait while we get the get all our lights ready. Strobes are on. We shouldn't need one notch of flaps, but let's put a notch of flaps in there. Everything else is good. If I run a little bit, that might help. Okay, so hopefully you can hear me okay. I keep moving my microphone. Hopefully it's not too bad. Let's get the Khartoum map out of the way. I've got loads of bits and pieces to show you today. I think this is probably the most I've ever managed to get my grubby little mitts on during a research session. So we've got quite a lot of stuff when we get to Massawa. Okay, well, we're all here. Stay with American Kazaki flyer. Right, here we go. So please forgive any dodgy run up on this run because these rudder pedals are a little bit sticky. Well, it's a little bit stiff. Like I say, they're a little bit stiff and a little bit oversensitive. Okay, positive rate. Gear can come up. Okay, ease back on the power now so I don't overburn the engine. Positive rate indeed, yeah. So, and we're over 300 feet, so let's get those up and trim. And of course the other thing is, now I've got a Bravo, the trim wheel works brilliantly in the Cessnas and the Pipers, but the Mooney doesn't have one. The Mooney literally has them on the yoke, so, and it's not quite as simple as just running the it shouldn't matter, Kazaki flyer. Of course, that says 9,000. Well, we're not going to 9,000. We're going to 8,000. Okay, let's turn to the left a little bit. Make sure everyone's getting away nicely. Hopefully this doesn't blast your ears away, but let me know if it does. And there we go. Tara El Fasher. Next stop, Khartoum. So hopefully we'll see what it's going to be looking like when we get a little bit further across this side. That east of El Fasher, Amelia wrote that this was a cartological blank, a space as large as an outstretched hand, with not a contour line in it, nor a river name, or even a village. The first half was utterly flat, arid, uninhabited, and lacking any landmarks whatsoever. So we shall see what the world has looked like some 90 years nearly afterwards. Sun's all nice and bright this morning, but that's not going to block anything out. Look at that, just the wrong angle. Look at that. Wish you could do it incrementally so you could get it so much down. All right. Yeah, it's a slightly different colouring to what we had last week, where it was very sort of just earthy brown. Now we're sort of getting lots of reds, red tones, very much more sandy. So how's everyone's weekend going? Good to hear. As we get nearer Khartoum, there's going to be some, supposedly, there are sort of quite a lot of old, very sort of shortened pyramids. Hopefully we'll get to see some of those. Oh, bonjour, bonjour, Naughty Night Owls. Ça va bien, merci. Et tu? Yeah, we're underway, so we've got, loads of people here already. I mean, there are obviously a few more settlements out here than there were with Amelia flew over, but there was nary a town in sight. Shuffle Shoes, hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, how are you doing? We've just taken off from El Fasher and we are headed to Khartoum. The flight is, this is about 2 hours 43 this leg, and we've got about 3 hours on the second leg. Got some of the fireflies with us today as we head out towards Khartoum. Khartoum was famous on this flight for Amelia because it was the first time that she had pretty much spoken pure English. Khartoum and Sudan were very much part of the English-British Empire at that time. And she said, you know, hearing English was a welcome relief. .45 on the right, for left, change tanks. Okay, nighty night owls. We've only just got off really. Got about 418 miles to go for this leg. I think I've already sort of given some expectations of runways. So when we get to Khartoum, we'll do 36 and Massawa 25. Because that means that we can go out over the sea and come back rather than sort of dive down the mountains. Quite picturesque, isn't it? For something so barren, it's still very picturesque. Cybernetic 2021, hello, welcome. How are you doing? How's it playing for you guys? There's no stutters yet, right? Hopefully with smaller numbers and default liveries, we should be good. Although I did have a CTD last night when I was on Murphs, but I don't know whether it was the airliner or what. But it was good all night until I got to the last airport and then bang, CTD, just as I was coming into land. So you're not doing that every 15 minutes, are you, bot? I'm pretty sure you're not. Let's have a quick look. So how's the new computer, Brian? How's it behaving? Great to hear, guys. Cool. Oh, nice, Brian. I've turned mine down at, well, I've told it to sync at about 30 frames per second. I can get much more out of it than that. But when I'm streaming everything, I just try and slow it all down. Well, just try and minimize the graphic impact just in case. You can almost feel that blazing heat. Hey, Reese Division, how are you doing? Thanks for joining us. We've just left Fasher in Sudan and we're heading to Khartoum. We've got about 2 hours 21 till we get there, and then we'll refuel on the ground and then we'll head off to Massawa in Eritrea. So we've got about 5 hours 45, 5 hours 50 in total today. It was a blinding hot day on the 13th of June 1937 with temperatures reaching 110 degrees in the shade, which I think is around about 43. It's hot if you're British. Mr. Murphy's at work today, isn't he? So Blue Iris, Blue Iris. What's Blue Iris, Brian? Yes, I'm hitting the Red Bulls. I've had such a rubbish week. Not being very well. I'm not very with it at the moment, so. Ah, CCTV. Ah, okay, got you. Be interesting to see if it's as flat as she thought it was going to be. Up in Newcastle today, it's been absolutely grotty all morning, and now the sun's come out. It's going to blind me. Be just like flying at this plane. Okay, getting ready to change tanks to left. So we can bring that see if I can get the CHT down a little bit, because of course it's very hot outside. I'm enjoying it better than I enjoyed the week. So I've not been very well this week, so I actually got up quite bright and early this morning and didn't feel quite as dreadful. So I'm doing well, thank you. And how are you? How's your weekend? So get that CHT down a little bit, but in 40 degrees heat, it's not going to come down an awful amount. It's 24 degrees outside the aircraft. Okay, 2 hours 15 minutes to go. 390 nautical. I'm doing around about 145 knots indicated, 173 ground. I'm feeling a bit better. A bit better. I'm still going to need some medication, I think, from the doctor, but yeah, I'm okay. I've tried to get well without it, but I think I'm going to need some meds. But I'm looking forward to getting to Khartoum. Again, no, I've never been to Khartoum. Well, actually, I think there's only a couple of places I've been to in game before. One is Karachi, and I think we've been to Kolkata. But they're the only two places on this entire flight I've never flown to. So it's going to be interesting. Back in the 1800s, when Khartoum was controlled by the British, I thought it was a joke that Amelia wrote in her diaries, that she'd heard that the city had been laid out with all its roads in the sort of the layout of the Union Jack, the Union flag of Britain. I thought that was a joke, but it wasn't. It was actually true. So the British actually laid out the original roads of the city in a defensive formation against attack, based on the Union Jack. All of the positions were the points where they covered the town. So didn't know that, but I read some history books this week and found out it was true. I'm okay. Just been doing Flight Simulator in beta before it comes out. Nice. My ideal holiday. Ooh. So I'm not a beach baby at all. So I like lakes, mountains. So lakes and mountains, really. So I've done lots of hiking in the Bavarian Alps, which are brilliant. So yeah, an exploring, get out and find out things holiday is what I'd like to do. When I go somewhere, I want to find out all I can about it. Do walking tours and things like that. Well, I read it in her diary, guys, and I thought she was joking, but I went and had a look this morning, and if you, even the Google monster, so Khartoum laid out like a Union Jack. Khartoum, the new the town was laid out for military purposes in a series of patterns resembling the Union Jack British flag in order to protect against attack and sieges. So it wasn't so. Manhattan is a neutral grid, whereas Khartoum was actually a defensive grid, and it's known as the Khartoum grid. I did not know this. Beats Cowpath like Paris. Well, historical sites, and yeah. So it's like, you know, I like going to castles. I was very big into archaeology when I was little. So anything to do with history, or, you know, even modern history, I'm all over. So I hate to think what. Hey, Warhamster, how are you doing? Sorry, I missed you coming in. Whilst doing a mountain of dishes. Oh, crikey! Well, we'll see you when we see you. Oh, thank you, Cybernetic. It's really kind of you. So here's the guess of today, or the question of the day before we get to Khartoum. Have a think. How much? So when we talked about the landing fees recently on one of them, it worked out that it was going to be 184 day the dollar. So it was a whole $10 US, which worked out to be about $183 in today's money. On the 13th of July 1937, Amelia Earhart was charged a certain amount of money in British pounds, shilling and pence. Does anyone want to have a guess how much pounds, shilling and pence she was charged to land at Khartoum? So in 1937 money rather than today's money, how much? So she was charged $10 to land at Fasher. How much was she charged in 1937 at Khartoum? Oh well, Sperrybot, you are on time. All right, I'll let you off. So, oh, Stairway to Bacon's very, very close. Very close indeed. I think I might have to give you that one, Stairway to Bacon. So back in 1937, the landing fees at Khartoum were £3.22, of which £1 was for the Sudanese government and the £2 were for the Royal Air Force. And this is a bill of receipt for the landing fees. So this is the 222 up here and the one for the government, 322. And in real terms, so Viper Strike, you were pretty close for real terms. In 1937, £3.22 would be worth £220.79 today. So, taking all inflation into account and everything. So, Well done, well done. Stairways to Bacon. You were pretty close at £3.50. So £3.22, I'll give you that one. It's still, I was going to say, it's still less than the, but it's not. It's actually more than, because obviously the pound was worth more than the dollar. So in real terms, this was quite an expensive trip, because at each location she had a ton of fuel and oil placed around. So this is the map from Dakar all the way through to Darwin and Leh, and these are the fuel and oil charts that she had in each location. Yeah, absolutely. And when you consider this aircraft was $80,000 back in 1937. No, they didn't. So all of this was, and the thing was, all of these, all this fuel reserves and oil reserves had been sent out for the original location, for the original flights, which were going from west to east. So, and then when they rejigged everything, they then had to move everything again slightly, and then she went to different places, so it was even more odd. But that's why. So she landed at El Fasher and took a little bit of fuel on that they had there, but had to get to Khartoum because that's where her main refueling stop was before she got to. Murphy! Hello, Tuto Murphy. I hope you're having a good day and hope it's not too horrible at work. Thank you for hosting. Do you know what? I don't know. Now, I do have some fuel bills. Let me just have a quick look. Except they don't put the price on it. Because she was charged at Fort Lamy for 1,000 litres of petrol, octane 87, and 25 litres of oil, but it didn't say how much. And some of the bills I do have, they're very hard to read. Things like the info sheets that we have. So this is an info sheet where it has all of the information about all of the what services to have, where the airport is, what the coordinates are, and this one's like runway slopes towards sea. So but some of it's written in pencil, so it's really hard to see. So I don't know the answer to that. So let's have a look. So octane 87 cost, gas, fuel cost, petrol. Gasoline prices were 17 cents a gallon back in 1937. So, yeah. But that was, you know, assuming you could get a good supply of it. I'm yakking away. I haven't changed my tanks. I'll change into... Yeah. And so you had the you had all of the maps. All of the maps were pretty much hand drawn, because we've got the chart of Khartoum. They're not quite the charts we have today. The Khartoum information sheet, for example. Khartoum. The Khartoum, it says, 700, so they refueled with 700 gallons of fuel and 16 gallons of oil. Serviceman in charge of field is called Maitland. The base landing space is north to south. Beware of the fort to the north and wireless masts. The correspondence address is where they write to. And then there were multiple pages, but they weren't in the, we couldn't open them to see what the service records were. But basically, she had all of these in a notebook with all of the different names and addresses and who to contact at each airport. Yeah, and it was, pretty much, it was the flight, the placement of the oil and gas, literally all of them, where they turned up, they were just barrels and barrels with AE painted on them. It was the same company that was managing it the whole way around the world. Engineers were in place, predominantly Pan Am or Air France related, and she'd arranged all of this in advance. Oh, thank you for the follow, Dry Turkey Hill. So yeah, crazy money in some cases. She had to pay for the hangarage, the repairs, remember when she landed in St. Louis in Senegal, about 2 hours into her flight across the Atlantic, her fuel gauge died. And an engineer at Dakar had to hand make one from a blueprint that they were carrying of the aircraft. And he did it in a day. So they had to have people that were not only, there to help them, but actually know what they were doing as well. Yeah, so pretty impressive stuff, really, considering, if they'd have had to put down in Khartoum, or in between, even here now, there's nothing. Back in 1937, there was less than nothing. You could land. You could probably get the aircraft down okay. But they had no coats. They had a pith helmet, 5 shirts and 5 pairs of trousers, and a pair of shoes each. So they weren't carrying tons of water either. Every pound of weight that they might put on whilst travelling could potentially mean a gallon of fuel less they had to carry. So the aircraft could take 1,151 gallons in its modified tanks. There were 12 of them in total. So can you think about it when it's like, well, going down to the near pounds of weight could mean that they might not get somewhere. Obviously, we've only got a single engine aircraft, and they had a twin, so they had a little bit of redundancy, which we don't. That's some of the fuel tanks behind the cockpit, and that's Amelia sat on top of them with some of the radio navigation equipment. or the voice telephony. Is it just me, or do I keep hearing the word cartoon over the engine and looking out the window for Bugs Bunny? Approximately, Kazaki. And it's around about 4 litres to the gallon. Okay, 2 gallons on the right, 2 gallons to change tanks. Everything else is all in the blue. That CHT's come down, which is nice. That was a little bit hairy earlier on. And my Bravo is warning me my anti-ice is not turned on. I think I can forget that today. Yeah, it does. So as of this morning, at Wheels Up, we had 15,160 miles, so we're not quite halfway yet. Monday night's flight will be a couple of hundred, probably an hour or so. I'm going to do a quick flight just after work to get down to Assab, where they did a major service of the aircraft, because the next flight was 1880 nautical miles, and because they weren't allowed to fly across Saudi Arabia, which would have made it, well, they were given begrudging approval to fly over it, but were basically told they couldn't land. So you could fly over it, but you can't land. So they decided that they would not fly over the land, and if anything went wrong, they'd ditch in the sea. But that meant them having to go a longer way around and skirt around the border of Saudi Arabia, cut the corner through Oman, and then fly to Gawada, and then across to Karachi. So the next flight was not the longest they did on this journey, but it's her last record-breaking flight that she ever did. She was the first person to fly solo in a single leg from the Red Sea, Assab, all the way to Karachi in a single flight. And, you know, back in the day, Sudan that we're flying across now is obviously part of the Anglo-Egyptian area of Africa. It is pretty flat and arid and barren, isn't it? Here's Sperry, 1 gallon on the right, change tanks in 1 gallon. So next week we should cross at some point next week. Next week's flight we will cross into a halfway mark. Remembering, of course, that this was her 13th day of flight on the trot. How are we all doing in the back there, guys? Gonna have to work on the weather for next week's one because it was quite breezy, also quite hot. So there were coastal breezes that blew them inshore every now and again. So I shall have to work on the weather and try and get the wind directions to work without killing me. You can see music, but I was wondering whether or not there was sort of getting like wind howl. Perhaps part of my aircraft had fallen off. Change tanks. I must set this to on my Bravo. Or camels. How am I finding the Bravo? The Bravo is really good, Brian. It's really, really good. I'm really impressed with it. I mean, it's having all of the... Yeah, I haven't done that yet, Catbat. So I haven't decided quite what my buttons are going to be. So what you don't want to do is have the buttons doing different things in different planes. So I got this quickly set up yesterday afternoon just so that I could try it on Murph's stream last night. And then I got up early this morning because I felt okay. And I started editing my profile and deleted one of the test ones. And then I realised I hadn't deleted the test one. I deleted the one that I'd set everything up on. So I had to do it again this morning. But I've set it literally to like complex single at the moment. So all the autopilot set up, all the buttons are working, all the lights are working, but I've only got 3 buttons assigned. So I've got the pitot heat, I've got my parking brake, and I've got my flaps, my spoilers. But I need to work out what's going to be the best way to do it, because they come pre-configured with actually the beacon light, the landing light, the taxi light, the nav light, and strobe lights already, and then the last 2 are the avionics. So it's just like, well, don't really need, don't need those because they're already on the alpha. So that was a bit of a strange config that they did that. But it's really good, Brian. What's it? It's the fact that you can change the tension on the for your levers, so you can have them looser or very, very tight. Because obviously most I mean, if you've never flown an aircraft before, you'll notice there's these little rings around the end of each lever control system, and you can tighten those up by hand. You can actually make so, because if you're quite strong or whatever, and you don't want to quickly jerk that throttle in, you can set it so that you can, and you can do the same on the Bravo. So that's nice. You can't do it individually, but you can make it so that there's a little bit more resistance to it. Absolutely, Murph, isn't it? I mean, it's like, it's been pretty different wherever we've been across Africa. It has been pretty barren most of this part. There's more colour, I think, this side of El Fasher than there was the other side. The other side was very, it's almost earthy, but it felt dusty earthy, even though it's a desert. I know it's going to be strange. Whereas this is more, it feels more, certainly there's more colour in the ground. Well, the CH throttle quadrant's been around for ages. I mean, I have only just upgraded from the Cytec throttle quadrant. So I had the Cytec yoke originally, the Cytec rudders, and the Cytec throttle quadrant. And of course, I also had, which I could never get to work in this one, which is a USB Cessna trim wheel, which works brilliantly in X-Plane, but I couldn't get to work in MSFS, which was a shame. So, and whilst the Bravo has the trim on the horn, it's not quite the same as using a trim wheel. I mean, I found when I was flying the Cessna last night, absolute delight in just flying with one hand and just trimming and using the trim wheel. It was much easier to get the trim of your pitch attitude nailed in than it is with the buttons on the yoke. Absolutely, in the middle of nowhere with not really much surplus water on board. I guess what they would have done is what anyone should do in an aircraft crash in the middle of nowhere, and that's stay with your aircraft unless it's dangerous to do so. The worst thing you can do crashing out in the middle of nowhere is wandering off. You're actually harder to find wandering off than you are where a wreckage is. The wreckage could be used for shelter in the day if it's hot like this. Potentially the wreckage could capture water from once the temperature goes down at night, and condensation from the body and breathing could be captured into water and stuff like that. So you might just have enough to survive. But yeah, it must have been something, right, to consider having to ditch out here. And similarly, she wrote in her diaries when we go over Saudi Arabia, it was like, well, there's plenty of places to land, but nowhere a foreigner or a woman would rightfully want to set down. So it was even more to the fact that it might have been inhospitable but it was probably more inhospitable because of the natives than it was. Yeah. Makes a difference, doesn't it, Brian? I mean, I thought my graphics were good on my old one. But my new one is, I mean, yeah. I mean, this game is just something else. Yeah. Flight of the Phoenix. So there are lots of team building exercises based on surviving air crashes and things like that. And it's like, you know, you get offered several things and you have to see what you can do with them. Like there's a parachute, a gun, a broken mirror, and then you have to say what your team will do. Last time I did it, we used the parachute as a cover for from the sun. We took the broken glass of mirror. Other people took the gun and wandered off, and they would have died. I think we were the only team that stayed near the aircraft, and we used when the sun was out, we used the mirror as a beacon, because of course, you know, using it to. The Gobi Desert Weather Station was like that. Cool. I must confess, the only desert I've ever been to is the Mojave. I've never been to the African deserts. I've flown over the outback in Australia, but never been there. They built a plane out of the old one. Do you know what? It's been... I probably have seen the Flight of the Phoenix, but I can't remember it. Did it have... Oh, crikey. Elliot Gould. Was Elliot Gould in that one? I can't remember. Was it Elliot Gould, I think. 43 and 40, everything's in the green. 1 hour 38 till Khartoum, 284.9 nautical. Oh, Jimmy Stewart. There was a film with Oh, congratulations, Viper Strike. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I've got three gallons till I need to change mine. Who was in the 2004 one then? Because I was thinking of a completely different film. I'm sure of it. Ah, I'm completely wrong. The Elliot Gould one I'm thinking of is The Last Flight of Noah's Ark. It was a bloody Disney film. Do you know what? I don't recall it. I must have seen it. Must have seen it, but I can't remember it. wonder what aircraft it was then. It's got a twin tail like the Electra. Fairchild C-82 packet cargo plane. Ah. Cargo and... Ah. No, I haven't seen it. Well, there's one for my list. Congrats on retaking the lead in the landing challenge. Yeah, A Bridge Too Far, that was a good film. He did play Charles Lindbergh, yeah. Yeah, I like The Spirit of St. Louis. That was a good film. And explains why everything, you know, when your nose up on a runway and you're looking down, using the view of the runway here and here is now known as the Lindbergh reference because of the way he'd created portholes on the side of his aircraft because the front of the aircraft had got couldn't actually see out of it. You had to use a periscope to see out. I'm not sure. Yep, he did. He flew 20 combat missions for the 703rd Squadron. He was Chief of Staff of the 2nd Wing Combat Wing by the end of the war. So yeah. He fought in World War II, Korean War and Vietnam. And was active 1941-47, 1947-68. So it was Army Air Force and then Air Force. Yeah, he's a... Yeah. James Stewart's one of my favourite actors. I love him in the Hitchcock stuff. Okay, 2 gallons to change tank. What have we got today? It's interesting how almost similar that Lindbergh's flight was to Amelia Earhart's. He suffered severe icing, as did she. They both got a bit lost, although I think Lindbergh suffered a bit more from lack of from tiredness than Amelia did, but. You're outside. What's mine's 24. 8,000 feet, 24 degrees C. Temperature at MSL was 40. Gets even hotter as we get towards Massawa. So yeah, if anyone's thinking of getting the Bravos and actually can get hold of them, definitely worth it. I mean, obviously, if you've got a decent HOTAS and things like that, then not so much. But if you've got yokes and everything, then it's pretty good. I was delighted to get it in my little grubby mitts yesterday, I must say. But it took an age to get here. It left Germany on the 6th of April, and I got it yesterday. It left... When did it leave Germany? Finally left Germany on Thursday after all the shenanigans with paperwork and Brexit and import and export. I paid my duties on the same day, and then it took another 18 days to get here from me paying my import duties. And UPS, if you're listening, your customer service is really bad. You need to improve your customer service and your tracking system. In today's age, you should know. I mean, if Amelia Earhart in 1937 knew where all her oil and petrol was, you can tell me where a Bravo unit is in 2021. Rather than saying, it's had a scan. Interestingly, I had useless parcel service. There is another one, but I'm not going to say it. But it was like I had 4 emails saying it's going to be delivered today, and 4 SMS messages saying it's going to be delivered today, and then it never did. And then on the day it turned up, I didn't get anything. It's like awful. It's like, and if you use their online assistant, no, it's in transit. But our agents can't tell you anything better either. So it's like, don't bother phoning them. So I just made myself a nuisance on Twitter. Every day going, where's my parcel? Where's my parcel? Where's my parcel? Where's my parcel? Do you know where it is? You should see their Trustpilot. Trustpilot is in the toilet. Pretty much 1 star. People don't mind you telling them that there's a problem. It's all about managing people's expectations. Don't just say it's in transit, look for when it's out for delivery. It's like, well, just tell me. Is it going to be 2 weeks? Don't just say, we don't know. Because you do know. You absolutely do know. Awful. You take... Up here in the northeast, there are 2 companies that are usually pretty bad. Yodel and Hermes. Personally, I've never had any problems with them, but other people have had all sorts of shocking stuff. But DPD, they're brilliant for us up here. You literally know where they are. You know the name of your driver. You know what stop they're at. You know how quickly they're going to be here. You get, notifications all the time. And even now, they ping you to say we're outside. Whereas, didn't even know it was... I thought 3 days I got the package delayed due Brexit related issues. Crazy. Yeah, so I had... Your package is held pending a release by a government department. And I ended up with 3 import notifications. So it obviously gone through... The paperwork had to be resubmitted 3 times. Oh no! Mr. Chippy, that's dreadful. I know it can't be... it's especially now in with this horrible thing going around and everybody using online and buying online and things like that. But technology is such now. Yeah, just tell people the truth. Doesn't hurt. I guess that final one, we've made a mistake, is at least some form of honesty. Yeah, I mean, DPD went through a ropey patch a few years ago. It wasn't quite as good, but now they're second to none. Second to none. Used to be on first name terms with ours, but ours keeps changing. It's either Alex or Alice. Alice is quite fun. However, I'm delighted with my Bravo, and I'm glad it's finally here. And I did cancel my order with Amazon, because Amazon still can't tell me when my order's coming. I just don't get it. Oh, sorry, sorry, Mr. Chippy. If they'd both come, I would have given, sold the second one at at cost. But no, the Amazon one never ever shipped, so just waiting for them to refund my money now. But I am glad it's turned up. Yeah, I don't think that. Did you order from Aerosoft in the end? I mean, that's a problem now. Because it was what, 220, so it's 220 quid for the, or 220 euros for the Bravo. But I had to pay an extra £51 import and taxes. Oh, so does that mean are you on the May-June shipment then? Because they reckon the next available stock is May-June. But surely the ships have cleared the canal, the Suez now, haven't they? How much of backlog is in the Suez at the moment? Oh. Wow. Oh, well, that's horrible. So, yeah, they don't reckon it's going to be back to normal until mid-May. Time to change tanks. Yeah, see... So yeah, it's like the Cytex. I must get some. I must actually get under my desk tomorrow and try and lubricate the rudders a little bit. They're a bit old and a little bit stiff. Whereas the TPRs were just so, you could be so gentle and just get really good control over them. But they kept turning off. I have sent them back. Not going to get a replacement till 3rd of May-ish. I'll try it, and if they still don't work, then I'll send them back, and I'll keep my Cytex until I can get some Charlies. I just have to get down there and lubricate them. But oh god, you could drive over there and say, but it's the HQ, right? But not the factories. I don't mind for delays, Super Typhon, but I just wish if there were delays that they could manage our expectations. So Stuart, or Ailerons into the Wind, ordered Bravos last February 2020, via Amazon, and he still hasn't had his. And Amazon can't tell us when they're going to get stock. That's pretty bad. And Honeycomb never responded to a single email I sent them. Yeah, so yeah, we have a townhouse. We've got ground floor, first floor, second floor, and third floor. So getting to the front door from my desk is quite a leg-it. And they're almost like Usain Bolt. They sort of get to the door. 9 times out of 10, they'll just knock it rather than ringing the doorbell. We can hear the doorbell all the way up here. But they'll just knock the door. And then they'll Usain Bolt it back to the cab. As if to think, well, we've given them enough time to get to the door.
Sorry, I'm still not sure.
So it nearly kills me running down to the doorbell to get stuff. Because they're trying to leg it. Yeah, cameras never lie. Absolutely, Brian. Cheeky beggars. Oh, look, that's quite cool. Scenery's nice. We have some hills ahead of us, Brian, but not for a little while, but they're not very high. We're at 8,000 feet, we'll sail right over them. So we've got Dangerous Brian ahead of me, Catback, Nighty Night Owl, Stairway to Bacon, Goblin Zeus, and Kazaki Fly. Colours are pretty cool. It is pretty barren, like she said it was. Expecting there might be a few more towns and things, but literally isn't, is there? Literally nothing. It's okay, they're soft hills. 1 hour 17 ETE, 224 miles. Everything's nice and stable. Still doing 145, 173 over the ground. They all hurt, Brian. Even if you scrape over them, the pressure on the ears suddenly zooming up over them hurts. Couldn't it? Do you know what, Goblin? I was thinking exactly the same, having looked at lots of the Perseverance stuff this week. It absolutely could just be Martian, couldn't it? I mean, the geology is absolutely fascinating. There's Brian out with the Martian conspiracy theories. I just sat there just thinking, what? It's hard to imagine. I still want to imagine the thoughts that went through her mind when she was flying across here and Sperry was doing a lot of the flying. And, especially when it's so... Do you know, when there's lots to see, there's a lot for your mind to take in. But there really aren't that many sort of, you know, points of interest. Splasher 6, hey, we're on the North Europe server. We are approximately just coming sort of about halfway between Fasher and well, I guess we're a bit more than halfway. Maybe not. The nearest airport I think is Al El Baid, Hotel Sierra Oscar Bravo, which is to my 3 o'clock at the moment. That away. It's a little way away, but slew mode might be your friend. Or firewalling. It's like anything, Brian. The sim's still new. It's not optimized for everything. It's, you know, still not optimized for Nvidia. It's not really that optimized for Intel. In time, it will settle down. I still may get a CTD again today. I've had several. I hope not. I hope not, but... Welcome back, Nighty Night Owl. It's I reckon there's a memory leak somewhere and it affects us all differently. You know, we flew across the Atlantic for over 10 hours and no problems at all. And then you can do 20 minutes and it just dies on you. I'm trying to run as natively as I can at the moment. So, you know, I don't have mods, don't have liveries. But that's no guarantee. But the least I have, the better it is. There have been quite a few changes on my system in the last couple of weeks, so... notwithstanding the latest Windows drivers update that didn't do very nice things for games. Okay, 204 miles to go. What's that down there? Is that a lake? Or is it just dark? Mirage, yeah. I mean, it looks like an old fort down there. Doesn't it? It shows on Google Maps. It doesn't. Doesn't have a name for it. But it looks very much like a fort, or the ruins of a fort. No, it's not, is it? Oh, Warhamster. Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you for resubscribing. Yeah, archaeology right there. I guess there's a little settlement there as well now. So it could have been a fort that... I must go and do some research after this flight. Oh, Catbat, Catbat, Catbat. You are so lovely. Oh, thank you. Catbat there with the legendage gifting tier 1 subs to Token Brown, Cybernetic 2021, Rolymal 9, Domingo Da Vinci, and Murwaz. Enjoy your gift subs courtesy of the legend that is Catbat 9. Thank you, Catbat. Mwah. Thank you, Catbat. That's really sweet. $40 and $37, 2 on the right to go, and then we change tanks. Everything else is still in the green, and everything is lovely and stable. I think I've actually made that slightly less scare me out of my pants loud. Oh, thank you. Nothing to see. I didn't crash into anybody then. No, no, no. That was just a mirage, an airborne mirage. This is pretty. Do you know what? It's pretty in a. It's pretty in a different way. It's definitely a fort back there. I mean, this sim, I tell you. It's just amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we don't want to find dirt pit now, do we? Used to love the dirt pit books. Used to, yeah. Do you know what? I used to love all the adventure type stuff, the exploration and the archaeological type books and mysteries and stuff. That's why I like this. The you know the history of Amelia Earhart so much. It's a bit of all of that, isn't it? I mean, it's really nice that they can allow the game to play on. Still, people. There are people with lower end graphic cards, and it works. But yeah, you're right. The better the performance the PC, that it's stunning. But they've not quite done what Sony did with EverQuest 2. So EverQuest 2 was once upon a designed to be the successor of EverQuest, but it was done such that it was like the future graphics generations in the game, which actually meant it was almost impossible to play. And that's different from what they've done with Microsoft Flight Sim, in that people can play it. And I heard that there was on Shane Oz Flight Simmer's stream this week that they are looking at whether they can rub it into not rub it in, because I've just read what Kazaki Flyer has said. It looking to see if it will run on the Xbox One, and if it can, that would be incredible. Not that it's a bad machine, but well, my last one was 6, 7. My PC was 7 years old. When I upgraded before Christmas, it was 7 years old. But it was a good chip for its time. So, and I was just lucky, very lucky, to be able to grab a graphics card without having my innards ripped out and sold on the second-hand organ market. There's very little that I mean, this is what, the crisis of our generation? When I mean crisis, as in the game crisis. But genuinely, it's, you know, we have our problems. It has its problems. And it causes me to shake my head many a time, but look at it. Stunning. Which one have you found, Nighty Night Owl? I haven't played Elite Dangerous. I was considering having it now I've got my VR. Because that looks fun. But it might be, I think it's, has it got a steep learning curve? Yeah, because I had the next generation from you, Brian. I had a i7 5820K, which was a Haswell E, and it ran fine. But not as fine as this one does. And this will last me a good few years now. Yeah, all the little small hills out here. Berlin to Peking, 1926, with 2 Junkers. Nice. I like the one you found about the German pilot, German lady pilot. I'm starting to read into her, but she seemed to have done some amazing things. So my list of female aviators is growing and growing. Look at it though. It's just... Isn't it? It is just amazing. It's a brilliant aircraft. War Hamster. I love it. I'm going to have to look at some scripting to see if I can get the autopilot to work with my new throttle. Because it doesn't control this bit. If I put it into vertical speed mode, I can change that. But I can't seem to get this to work. It looks like I might need to script it. So, but I'll leave it for now. I don't mind changing it manually, especially when I'm doing these long flights. Because then I'll just come down off hand flight to descend. Change tanks. So still all in the green or blue, as they call it. I guess there's only one blue, isn't there? There's the engine temperature. Everything else is green and white. Poor old Murphs must be crying. Doesn't get out to play very much these days. Whoa, here we go. We've got someone on my tail. That must be a war hamster. Yeah, the Mooney is incredible. I love it. It is such a nice aircraft to fly. Its systems are nice. Everything's clearly laid out. Yeah. If I ditch the GPS, I can nav by VOR to VOR. Yeah, I can do OBS and everything. It's brilliant. I'm just not that good in aircraft with glass cockpits because I don't have familiarity in real life. Only ever flew aircraft really with glass with the steam gauges. Yeah, my bloom is either it's either off or low, and texture res is high. Well, ultra. Perhaps I've set it to high. I did have it ultra at one point. I just knock it back a little bit when I'm streaming, just to give myself a little bit of less overhead. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, the KTM VOR is literally at the end of runway 36. As we approach, we'll come down, and then because we're flying really sort of northeasterly at the moment. As we come down, we'll go across the White Nile, but we'll go across there more easterly, and then we'll turn in for runway 36. Look at that. Look at the colours out there. Bit of a weird photo plate there, but look how orange that is. I just looked up and caught the vividness of the colour. "52 minutes to ETE, 152 nautical to go to Khartoum." Oops. Flying along with the fireflies on a Saturday afternoon. This flight is actually one of the only flights where she actually stopped to refuel. I'm trying to think if I remember from there isn't anymore. All the others are single legs. So this is the only one that she stopped to refuel en route. Incroyable. And to think she did this when she suffered from such terrible, terrible sinus pain. Slovenian Spotter, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I hope you're having a great day. And you join us en route from Fasher to Khartoum. I'm being joined on leg 15 of the Amelia Earhart round the world flight with my fellow fireflies from the two-tone Murphy Flying Circus. We've got about 50 odd minutes till we land at Khartoum for a quick refuel, which back in 1937 Amelia stopped for 2 hours. No lions today, definitely no lions today. They'd be bloody hungry out here, wouldn't they? Some hills ahead, Brian. Well, I've got several maps. Yeah. So the days is this one. So we're going from El Fasher in Sudan to Khartoum in Sudan, where she stopped for 2 hours. And then she flew from here to Massawa, which is now Eritrea, where she had a refuel and a more of a service of her aircraft. But the actual full route, we started in Oakland, flew down to Burbank in California, from Burbank to Tucson, Arizona, Tucson to down to New Orleans, New Orleans to Miami, Miami to San Juan in Puerto Rico. Then from Puerto Rico we went down to Macharan in Venezuela. We wanted to land in Carapiso, but there's no airport there anymore. From there we went to Paramaribo in Suriname, and then from Paramaribo we flew down to Fortaleza in Brazil, from Fortaleza to Natal, and then we flew a single leg across the Atlantic, where we ended up at St. Louis in Senegal. Then we flew from Senegal to Dakar, Dakar to Fort Lamy to El Fasher, and now we're flying from El Fasher to Khartoum to Massawa. So we will get to around the Red Sea later on today. And then on Monday I'm going to fly down to Asab and get ready for next week's flight, which will take us from the Red Sea all the way across the southeast coast of Saudi Arabia, up to Gwadar and into Karachi, which will be her last record-breaking flight she did on this ever, where she became the first person to fly in a single leg from the Red Sea to Karachi. So that's a 1,800-mile leg in next Saturday. And then from there we're going to follow it over to Kolkata, and then down through Indonesia, Burma, Indonesia, Singapore, Philippines, and down into to Darwin, and from Darwin to Papua New Guinea, and then Papua New Guinea out to Howland Island, where she didn't get to, but we're going to land. We've had some special scenery done, which is on the island now, and we'll stop there, and then we'll fly on from there to Honolulu, and then Honolulu will fly to San Francisco, and we will complete the flight. We're flying in a Mooney, which was used on the 80th anniversary flight, and it was specially adapted. Well, no one really knows, Slovenian Spotter. There are lots of theories and lots of conspiracies, but she crashed somewhere out in the Pacific Ocean. She was trying to land on a very small atoll called Howland Island, which is U.S. property, was then and is today. It's now a maritime nature reserve, but it did have a town on in the 1930s called Itasca Town, and it was heavily bombed in the Second World War, and now it's just a nature reserve. But there is a lighthouse beacon on the island called the Earhart Light. Well, so there's lots of talk about whether she landed on Nicaragua, Ireland. They did find some bones, and originally when they did the inspection of them, they ruled out that it was her, and I understood that the bones had been destroyed, which meant that it's going to be really hard to do any form of mitochondrial DNA analysis on them. But there was a piece I was reading recently that suggested that they still got some of them, but I thought that they'd been destroyed. So I'm trying to find out if they do actually still have any of them, because she still has living relatives, and if she has a living relative, hopefully they might be able to, within a certain element of certainty, say whether it is or isn't. What they still haven't found, though, is an aircraft, despite extensive searching. And the latest expedition has used artificial intelligence to try and extrapolate all of the potential positions the aircraft could have crashed in. 35 on the right, 38 on the left, 3 gallons till change tanks, 45 minutes to go. So it's hard to say what's true. My belief is I think they ran out of fuel. They were only 1,000 feet above the ocean at their last point of reference and call, and they were running on fumes by that point. And when we get to see this island, it's tiny. I mean, it's absolutely tiny. There is on the Two Tone Murphy Discord. She does deserve to be found on the Two Tone Murphy Discord. What was I going to say? Crash Island. Oh yeah, you can download the Howland Earhart light from my channel on the Two Tone Murphy's Discord if you want to get that, and it contains a POI in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so that you can actually find it. Now it doesn't. There's no airport there, so it will say you'll arrive in the air, but we will land on it. But the POI is the Earhart light that was added to the game, especially for us by Jefferson 2001. So if you want to find us, and you can actually find us all over on Two Tone Murphy's Discord, and I have a channel on there for my live streams, and in there you'll find the livery for my aircraft that I would normally be flying in, but because there's a bug with liveries at the moment, we're flying default liveries today. But there is a POI for the Earhart light, which is as it was back in 1937 when it was 39 when it was finished. Yes, that scenery is available, Brian. The latest version of it is on my channel in the pinned notes. And if you search for Howland Island in Microsoft Flight Sim when you're loading a flight plan, you'll see where it is. It's in the middle of nowhere in the Gilbert Islands. So yeah, she could have crashed, died on the island. There are rumours that she got caught by the Japanese and was executed. Hey Tritz, lovely to see you. I'm okay. We're on North Europe today, as always. Of course, we're catching up with the hills behind us. Look at that lot. And a war hamster on my wing. North Europe, Tritz. We're about 40 odd minutes out from Khartoum. 42 minutes from Khartoum. 123 miles to go. I'm not quite sure where the closest airport is at the moment. There's not many. I guess it's not even that close, really. Still, Hotel Sierra Oscar Bravo is probably the closest for a slew mode catch-up. So, but yeah, I hope one day that they do find her, or at least the aircraft. If they could find the aircraft and it was ditched at sea, and they were, because they didn't have any life jackets, they ditched the raft, and they didn't have any parachutes, so they were all ditched to save weight on the last leg, because it was they were trying to get to somewhere that no one had ever flown to before. They did have 2 US Coast Guard cutters in the location. Obviously the HMS Coast Guard Itasca was there. And we've talked on several of the legs how they were relying on modern radio telephony rather than Morse code. Perhaps if they'd had that, it would have been a bit better. Had more chance of arriving. Well, it looks like there was an old town down there. So we have War Hamster on my wing. We've got Catbat 9, Stairway to Bacon, Rollymal 9 has joined us. Druid Zeus or Goblin Zeus there. Splasher 6 is with us. I can't see everyone behind their names, I'm afraid. Please don't forgive me if I'm missing anybody. Count Zeppelin, 99 Owl. And Dangerous Brian's just ahead of us. I'm so glad you like it, Brian. Did you get the H570 in the end? The AM4 socket. Did you get did you get an Aorus Master, didn't you? There's a Catbat as well, closing in. Those hills behind us. That's right. Yeah, you got the 5900X. Watch out for the latest. There's some recent BIOSes, but there's the Agisa 12.0.2 is due out any time now. Which is going to be a recommended BIOS update from AMD. They're hoping it's going to address the issues with USB. So I'm quite looking forward to that one. Although I'm not having any problems with my USB stuff now. That the TPRs aren't here. So I'll try it again at the TPRs in May when I get my replacement. But failing that, I'll send them back and wait for the Charlies. Okay, 38 minutes. 110.9 nautical. 37 on the left, 35 on the right. Everything else is all in the green and blue. Apparently, as I mentioned earlier, she said that this was a cartographical blank space. 500 miles separated the Fasher from Khartoum. The first half is utterly flat and arid, uninhabited, and lacked landmarks. The dreary locality is labelled Dabat el Asala. She said it would be fun at leisure to explore these places without visiting them. She wrote, in the bed of the Wadi Hawar, two hilly trees about 400 metres apart were ring-barked. They marked the intersections of the 24th meridian. I don't recall seeing any trees. Rolling desert, many remains of animals, high-level plateaus, scant grass, standing water until November, wells water never entirely failing, large rahad and grazing grounds. There were too many priceless names as Kala en Hal, Shinahashin Abu Said, Id el Bashir, Fazi Marabia Abu Fas, such others that would offer fine stimuli for geographical crossword puzzling. On my lap as we approached Khartoum, clipped to the larger map, was a compass of the city. Facts about the location stared me in the face. Dimensions 2700 by 1900 feet, so I've got that. So Khartoum map. Khartoum chart. Yep. So this is the chart she had on her lap. Surface sand and cotton soil, soft after rain. Landmarks, junction of Blue and White Nile. Town and racecourse. Landing area near racecourse should be avoided after rain. How many months had passed since that last rain? I don't know. And no one seemed concerned about the next. Temperature was 110 degrees in the shade, and if there was any softness in that field, it only came from from dust, not mud. 50,000 people lived at Khartoum in 1937, and she said that seen from the air, one was struck by symmetry. As the city was laid out, I failed to realise it at the time, but I was later told that the squares and streets formed the design of the Union Jack. It says it was Kitchener who drew this plan up in 1898, after his troops took it from his successor to the Mahdi, who had besieged it and killed Gordon at Khartoum in 1885. Aside it flows the Nile, asleep in the lap of legends old. Seeing this land, cradled land of history for the first time and having come so far, I wept, because I was passing it so briefly and not being able to linger. Been watching the Spirits of Lewis. There's nothing wrong with putting your rads at the top. Where have you put the rad, Brian? Is the rad on the top as well? Okay. Now, there's nothing wrong with having the rads at the front. Are your pipes, where they join the rad, are they above the pipes that join your CPU? Because what you don't want is the pipes on the CPU to be higher than the rads, the pipes on the front of the rad. Because you could end up with an air bubble, because they do eventually get air bubbles. If you have an air bubble at the top of the rad, that's better than having it on the AIO, actually on the cooler blocks, the pump block. Couldn't remember my words then. So 36 and 35 getting ready to change tanks. Very cool. So when we get to Asab Goblin, out of the hangar where they got their aircraft ready for the flight across Saudi Arabia, there was actually a volcano, an extinct volcano. But yeah, it's very volcanic, this area. I think you're absolutely fine, Brian. Watch. There's a video that Jay-Z 2 Cents did about AIOs and positioning of pipes. As long as the pipes at the top of the rad are below the ones on the water cooling block on the CPU, you should be okay. And he said it's actually preferable it actually being that way. Do you have any airflow on the front? Oh, you do. You've got a mesh, right? You've got a Lian Li mesh. So the front rad position's got a lot of airflow, right? If I remember rightly. Could be wrong. I actually have my rad on the top, but then I've got nine fans in my case. So I'm doing a lot of pulling in on 6 fans, and they're all blowing up out through the rad for the exhaust. And the temperatures are really good. It's a good case, that Lian Li mesh too. Ah, okay. You've got a... Yeah, I've got a 330. But I've got a NZXT Kraken X73, something like that. Oh, yakking away. Change tanks times. Must get that button done when I'm finished today. I will get my buttons all set up on my Bravo. More buttons. I've got more buttons, guys. I must be getting close to Murph button levels. It's been an incredible journey across Africa. It's different in so many ways. You know, when we were crossing the Atlantic and everyone was like, it's just blue. I mean, pretty much this is just desert, but it's been really different. Somewhere I've never really flown or taken the effort to fly in is this type of location, and I think I've missed out. I've been pleasantly surprised by how wonderful the geography and the geology is. Oh, Adventure 494, I'm so sorry I missed you. I am so sorry I missed you come in. I'm doing very well, my friend. How are you? Nice flying there, Catbat. I see you. "26 minutes ETE, 77.7 to go." Let's have a look at... We'll see, the charts are a little bit different these days. Okay, so... White and the Blue Nile. Still, yeah, got a north to south. North to south airport runway. Airport elevation. 1271. 1271. 1271. So 1,271 feet. Runway is 1,260 feet. Can you hear that horrible noise outside that I've got someone's decided to go and start cutting paving slabs? If you can, let me know and I'll mute my microphone. Isn't it beautiful? So ahead of me I've got Count Zeppelin, Brian Tritz 4, Dangerous Brian, Warhamster, and behind I've got Catbat 9 on my tail, Rolly Mal 9, who's Stairway to Bacon, Kazaki Flyer, and Splasher 6. Thank you so much, guys, for again joining me on a Saturday afternoon on my journey around the world. Following Amelia Earhart's 1937 round the world flight. And of course, she didn't fly in a Mooney, she flew in a beautiful Electra, which I am hoping one day we'll get into the game. And if we do, I will redo it in the real thing. That will be a completely different challenge all on its own right. This aircraft is now based at the Seattle Museum of Flight, which you can go and see it. And occasionally it takes to the air, and was last seen in the film Amelia. I do normally fly with a livery that's inspired by that, but with the bug and liveries, I've decided not to fly it at the moment. So, as it was silver and red, I've now got the Mooney silver and red logo, which I started flying with before Gibbo Island so kindly made me a copy for this trip. But if you'd like to get a copy of my livery that's inspired by this and you want to download it, you can go and find that over on Toontown Murphy's download page. And now my bot stopped working. Oh no, it's working. There it goes. But it's changed its name. So we've done over 13,000 miles already. Oh, well done, Cat. Oh dear. You've got your own turbulence machine. Because have you got the TPR's Warhamster? Crackers. My cat doesn't come up here very often. She's been up here like 3 times this week. The minimum resistance, okay. Yeah, so they're very sensitive at minimum resistance. Just wish my first ones had worked properly. Hopefully the second ones will, but if not, well, I'll get my money back. Could have been a catastrophe. I mean, it was a bit turbulent over the hills, but not much. Oh. Well, normally we have our door shut at night, and our cat, she's got a fear of closed doors. But she started coming up for the last couple of days, so I'm just keeping an eye on her now, because it's like, well, you don't normally come up here, so, and she's sort of, so just in case, I mean, she's 21 years old, so keeping an eye just in case she's finding, she's not, perhaps she's not well and is going to try and hide out somewhere, because that's what cats do, right? So they try to make themselves scarce, but she doesn't appear. I mean, she's bounding around and everything, so I'm just it's because she's old. I'm sort of keeping my eye on her. But yeah, she's now at the age where she can have what she likes. If we ever have a quarter pound of useless co-pilot, though, yeah. If we have a quarter pounder with cheese or anything from McDonald's, we order just the burger, nothing else, just a burger, and she has that chopped up and she eats it, because of course it's just beef and stuff, so there's no onion in it. So she gets spoiled, and she has her own moggot. Oh, that's vile, though. Absolutely vile. But she definitely gets spoiled now. Yeah. "19 minutes ETE. So where's the Blue Nile then here? If that's... Oh, it's if the White Nile is below, then... Oh, I see. Really is on the junction. Ah. So the White Nile is south of Khartoum. The Nile is to the west and the north, and the Blue Nile runs from the south. Oh. Going to be interesting to see how the geography changes as we get closer. So shortly I'm going to start descending down to about 3,000 feet in preparation for going slightly east and then into the airport. About 20 miles, and then I'll start going down. Get ready. Maybe Brian, maybe Brian. Smokey only eats dry cat food. It'll be a time for a cuppa when we land, yeah. Time for a cuppa, refuel the aircraft, have a bite to eat, turn us around and go. We're not obviously going to wait 2 hours like they did, but... so Lana has an absolute thing for butter. So if we have butter on toast, she has to have butter. I mean, if anyone goes into the kitchen at lunchtime, she knows someone's either making a toasty or toast or a sandwich, and she literally is waiting for you to come back in with some on your finger so she can lick it off. I mean, it's terribly, terribly bad for her, but she's 21 years old now, so she can't have a little bit of nice stuff. Checking my tanks now, so 33 on the right, 35 on the left. Everything's nice in the green and the blue. Still nicely stabilized. We shall get down on the ground, park her up, refuel it, have a quick break, and then we'll head out in the air again for Massawa on the Red Sea coast. So we're going to finally see the other side of. We'll have crossed the entire from west to east this week, and then obviously we go down the east coast on Monday in preparation for heading out over Saudi Arabia. Well, that's Yemen, Saudi, and Oman. Weaned them off smoke of dreamies, yeah. Well, Lana didn't used to like them, but now she does. I think after having Mogget, which honestly, it's the smell of the devil. That stuff that is absolutely dreadful. Exactly, she's had a good in and she can have what she wants, except when she's trying to put a paw in your plate. She never used to at all be bothered by what people were eating until she became the only cat. Once she became the only cat, she then has become much more bold. Yeah, she's very much the queen of the house now. We just, it's not our beds, it's her bed, it's her sofa, her food. We're just sort of here to look after her. Isn't this amazing? Okay, 14 miles to go. And then on the other side, you've got the East Nile. So pretty much, Khartoum's pretty much surrounded by the Nile. I did not know this. I did not know this. Hey, Draco. Hello. How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Yeah, no, the animals own us. Yeah, we're just, especially cats. Yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay so far. I've taken a load of painkillers today, so I see fairies right now. But I need to get some antibiotics. I've tried to look up. I've tried to treat it with all the non antibiotics first. Keep myself well flushed. But it's not clearing up, so I need some help now. But I feel better than I did, so perhaps it's starting to go, but I'm fooling myself probably because I've taken some heavy duty painkillers. But I did take some time off work, which was like, I rarely take time off work. Doesn't it normally? Gin's not my thing, but whiskey or beer or whatever, yeah, that would. Okay, I'm going to start to descend now, guys. I'm going to go down to 3,000 feet. Okay, now I've got to watch my mixture as I descend. 35 on the left, 32 on the right. Because it was absinthe that wasn't it. Wasn't it absinthe that said that you could see the green fairy? Wasn't that a nickname for absinthe, the green fairy? There was something about fairies and absinthe. That looks to be a river over there. So if you're behind me right now, I am going to apply my speed brakes any moment, just to slow me down. Speed brakes on. Chasing the dragon was opium. Or heroin, isn't it? One of the two. Okay, speed brakes coming back in. Retract. Right, so I'm going to go runway 36. So runway 36 is 357 degrees. So just to make sure I'm going in the right way. And 7 to that. And then I want to go probably about 90 degrees on heading now. So just to take myself onto a slight little deport. So I'm going to do a departure just so that I can... Oh, I don't want to do that actually. I want to change from that to that. While I'm descending. So still descending and should be on a course of... I want to go to 90 degrees. So as I come down, I want to come slightly southeast of the runway. And it should be pretty big now. Back in the day, it was not very big at all. So back in the day, Khartoum airport chart looked a bit like that. But Khartoum's going to be a little bit different. So there was a race course to the south of the airport. The train station was to the west, and it was literally see the railway station and then fly into the airport from there. Okay, check your tanks, guys. I'm on 31 and 35, so I will go to left tank for landing. Speed brakes again, just to slow myself down. Oh, why are you diving like that? You should not be doing that. What are you doing, aircraft? No, you shouldn't be doing that at all. Most odd. Hey Draco, I see you out there now. So there's the Nile. Absinthe can change to hallucinogenic wormwood, right? Oh, Winterbrand 1. Yes, we're on North Europe. We're just going to land at Hotel Sierra Sierra Sierra, although it might be Hotel Sierra Sierra kilo, we're landing in Khartoum, where we'll land and we'll do a refuel and a quick break to stretch our legs, have a quick cup of tea, and then we will head off from there, and we'll head east to Massawa. So we've got another leg to go yet. Okay, my landing lights can come on now. Let's still be a good girl and get that right. And as I'm coming down, I need to just change my manifold pressure. Okay, now still above there. Bring that into 1400. So I don't cold shock it, even though it's like 40 degrees out. So yeah, here we go. The Nile. So this is the White Nile. To our left is actually the real Nile. And to the south of us, and to the southeast of us, should be the Blue Nile. And the East Nile is on the other side of the airport. We're actually coming over an area called, and I kid you not, Al-Kala Akla, which if you read it fast enough, it's like almost like Akalakalaka, which is I thought it was like Daka Daka Daka. Al-Kala. I can't even say it. Al-Kalakla. Yeah, that's really quite hard to say. Al-Kalakla. Okay, so let's get myself all situated for a landing. See if I can ruin this today. Okay, so I see you now. Right. Well, welcome to Khartoum, everybody. This is the biggest population we've seen since Dakar. It's hard to see that it was laid out like the Union Jack, but apparently in the 1800s this town was laid out based on the Union Jack for defensive purposes by Kitchener. And I thought it was a joke that Amelia wrote in her diary, but it wasn't. Okay. Whoops. Ooh. Rudder pedals, you are so awkward. So, those can come out now. Really do need to oil my rudder pedals. That was a big stutter. Oh, and another one. Oh, very stuttery. Has anyone got any custom liveries? If you've got a custom livery, could I ask you to change it, please? To default liveries. This is going to be very hard. It's that horrible bug in the system, I'm afraid. Always feels weird, doesn't it, when you come? I mean, obviously, these tall buildings wouldn't have been here in 1937, and but it's really weird that this is an ILS approach runway 36, if I remember rightly. So for it to be like, you know, literally tall buildings pretty much off the nose of the airport seems always seems strange that you're just skimming over the top of buildings, isn't it? I guess I'm not as close as I think I am. But... oh, it's bumpy. Oh, you're going to float on me, aren't you? You naughty aircraft. Let's tidy her up. And exit the runway. Just park over here to see who's coming in. I think we've still got some people to come in. And then I can put my parking brake on and have a look outside. I got a long way. It's just that a float is a pain in the bum, but at least it didn't crash it this time. So there's Catbat. Catbat's joined us. Warhamster's down now. I must try that. Warhamster's down. Welcome to Khartoum, Warhamster. Stairway to Bacon's inbound. Oh, Winter Bandit should be okay. If it's a livery that came with the moon, it should be fine. It's quite nice coming over the Nile, wasn't it? And then coming in over the town. I mean, this was a lot different back in 1937. I'll show you some pictures in a minute. I haven't got many, but what I do have a picture of the airport will make you laugh. Oh no, Draco, it probably wasn't you either, mate. No, I just thought I'd ask, because it could be just somebody that was nearby. You know, it might not have been any of us that was in that. But there was certainly some stutterage right at the end there, and it's been really good. Oh, it was you? What livery? Were you in a different livery? I mean, I wish I was in. I could use my nice livery, but oh, the Earhart. Yeah. Sorry, mate. Yeah, I had to fly in the normal standard one today. Yeah, it has 4. So you should. There's Dangerous Brian is here now. And Goblin Zeus is here, followed by Rolly Mel 9. Stairway to Bacon is down. Yeah, so it definitely is liveries, isn't it? I think we can absolutely say it's custom liveries now. Welcome to Khartoum, everybody. Absolutely, Super Typhon. I do want to have it back because I love that livery, but I'm not prepared for it to cause people trouble playing and flying. I'd rather flying with people. Yeah, I'm going to do the same, Catbat. Once I've seen everybody down, I'll go and park up, log out, and reset and everything. Everybody can have a quick break, cup of tea, and then we'll get going. Welcome, Goblin Zeus. Rolly Mal 9's here now. Oh, I love all these moonies. Look at the moonies. Mr. Two-Tone. Your Mooney would love to be part of the Mooney gang. No, you can. So custom Kenmores are not custom as far as I'm aware. They're part of the sim. So I think you can use Kenmore should be okay. Technically not a third-party livery because it was provided by. It's in the sim, yeah. Just waiting for Splasher, Kazaki, and Tritz, I think, now. That would be nice, the M20J. I really must oil these things. That was definitely a request for tea, please. Bort Panda. And would you mind refilling me another pint glass of orange squash, please? Yeah. The Mooney is a great aircraft goblin. You just have to. Once you've got the numbers, she is brilliant. She's fast, agile, you know, and really controllable, especially when you've got spoilers, you've got flaps, you've got, you know, you don't really have to touch very much until you come over threshold, really. Viper Strike, I don't think that they're a custom livery. No, I think that they are, because they were provided by Microsoft, that I think I think they'll be okay. Here comes Splasher 6 now. Thank you, Stairway to Bacon. Thank you for coming along. Enjoy your gardening. Welcome, Splasher 6. I think we've got Kazaki to come in. So this will be so just to get, so what we got at Khartoum. This is Khartoum Airport in 1937. It's a little bit different, right? I see flying trits behind you, Kazaki. But there you go. That's what Amelia landed at Khartoum in 1937, and she was met with people from the Standard Oil Company as well as people from Khartoum. But pretty much, she landed on hard desert. Like I said earlier, she paid £3, £3, 2 shillings and 2 pence as her landing fees, of which £1 was for the Sudan government. So you've got the 222 up here, the one down here, and then 322, which equates to £220 in today's money. And I think we talked last week that I moaned about £24 worth of landing fees, but that's quite expensive in today's money, and quite expensive back then too. Didn't have very much to do here, just other way where it was, north-south runway, and who to speak to. When we go to Massawa, I've got loads of pictures for Massawa. But Massawa Airport is similarly drawn to Khartoum's, with the longitude, the latitude, but this one was pretty much done by the Italian Air Force. The Italians were in control of Eritrea back in 1937. The British were in charge of Khartoum. And here come the guys now. So we've got Kazaki flying tricks first. Hey, hey. Thanks, Mika. Flying tricks is in now. Welcome to Khartoum Flying Trits. So we've made it at 11:04, so we'll change it to about 10 past 11 when we leave. So welcome, and here comes Kazaki. Yeah, I will be doing that in a minute and taking a quick 5-minute break. I think I'll allow myself a quick break because Amelia did. Welcome. The approach into Massawa is a lot more. It literally is on the sea, and there's a mountain. There's certainly some large hills before Massawa. And here's Kazaki. Nice landings, guys. Well done. Welcome, Kazaki. Welcome to Khartoum. It was in Khartoum that was owned by the British back in 1937, and it was the first sort of English spoken language that Amelia had since they left Miami. Right. I'm just going to quickly go and park up. And then, oh, do you know what? I might as well park up here. That's just as good as any. So park and brake can come on. It'll be very naughty. It's 1937 after all. Avionics can come off. Just to make sure I don't blow them when I come down. So let's pull that back down there. Obviously, it didn't count my takeoff. Silly thing. And turn all of that off. And then we'll go back to the main menu. And in the meantime, while I get this done, I will just webcam off. Let's take a 5-minute break, guys. Welcome. Let's take a 5-minute break, have a drink, stretch your legs, and then we will head off again to Massawa. And we'll take off runway 36 and then head east. So I will be right back. Hey, Whoosh Blamo, sorry I missed you. I was just coming into land. I hope you're doing well. I am just necking a cup of tea as we've arrived in Khartoum, and I'm just restarting the sim so that it behaves, or I hope it behaves for the next leg, where we'll be flying from Khartoum to Massawa in Eritrea on the Red Sea coast. So today, at the end of the day, we will have crossed the entire North African continent. And we will refuel. So this was a full fuel refueling. So we should be carrying full fuel for this leg. The weather conditions is going to be blazing sun because it's 110 degrees in the shade on the 13th of June 1937. We're going to depart from runway 36. The time is going to be 11:10 a.m. So the Electra is going to be absolutely boiling. Like I mentioned before, they didn't carry extra water with them. So this would have been a good stop to have some food and a drink, because they wouldn't have brought extra with them. They would have just had enough to get them to where they need to. I'll be with you momentarily. Loading in now. So cruise height for this leg is going to be 9,000 feet. Because we have some big hills towards the end. So we might as well just get up and save our fuel. And welcome back, everyone. I had a really lovely cup of tea. I really needed that. Okay, so I'm going to get started up. Let's get make sure everything's good. So beacon light can come on. Crack that a little bit. Battery can come on. Parking brake is set. Do the old clear prop. Hey Katie, welcome along. I hope you're having a good Saturday. You've caught us at, we're at Khartoum now, and we're just about to head off and take off and head towards Massawa in Eritrea. And we've got several of the Fireflies with us today. Whoosh Blammo, Winterbrand, Flying Tritz, Rollymail 9, Draco, Catbat 9, Splasher 6, Goblin Zeus, Kazaki Flyer, Dangerous Brian. So we've got quite a few flying along today. Right, so let's get ourselves toe brakes on. And then we'll get ourselves down to runway 36. Certainly there wasn't any cars. But, oh, you're not really there. You're not there. Come on, Mr. Car. You're not really meant to be there either, are you? No, 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 no. That's no worries, Katie. We'll sort something out another day. You can come along and join us. The more the merrier. We're just going to backtrack down to runway 36. Yeah, the Kenmore should be 32 legs in total, Katie, and we're on leg 15. We're not quite halfway yet. We've done 15,160. We had 15,160 miles to go at wheels up from El Fasher this morning. We cross the halfway line next week. Next week's flight is 1,880 miles. It's the last record-breaking flight that Amelia made, and it's the first flight solo from, or first flight ever from the Red Sea to Karachi. They should work. They should work, Draco. Okay, so let's differentially break this round. I'll try not to blast it as we go, Tritz, but I will. I'm trying to keep it within the 140 to 150 that Amelia did. Okay, so now we're lined up. Tax lights can come off. Landing lights can go on. Strobe lights can go on. I'm going to do one notch of flaps. I'm going to drop over the knock over the bit of rudder trim. So after this takeoff, I am definitely going to get the WD-40 out on my rudder pedals because they're a little bit janky. Not anything like the TPRs, that not quite as smooth. Yes, I intend to do all of the legs that she couldn't do. So we've even got some custom liveries for Howland Island, and Howland Island has the Earhart light on it. It was done especially for us by Jefferson 2001, and we even have a sign of the Maritime Reserve on the beach that's got my signature, a little Alley Cats 2021 on the back of it. So we are going to land there. No one's landed there on any of the flights that they've done since. They've only ever dropped flowers or wreaths, but I think it'd be honoured for us to get there, land on it, and pay honour to her with the Earhart light as it was when it was built in 1939. So there's a custom POI, a custom scenery in my pinned messages on my live streams channel that you can add to the game, and it will give you the Earhart light. Okay, so got a few people here now, so just SJ Fly, hello, welcome. I hope you're having a great weekend. So again, I don't have my nice, lovely, controllable rudders. I've just got these, my old ones. Right, everyone's lining up. We've still got some people down there. Hopefully we'll get up, do a circuit, and then we'll head out. So we've got how many hours ahead of us have we got? We've got another 2 hours 27 minutes. About just under 400 miles this leg. Okay, parking brakes can come off. And we can start our rollout. I'll do a gentle one, just try and get my rudders working. And there's Whoosh Blammo, Splasher 6, Kazaki. Tap on the toe brakes. Positive rate of climb. Gear can come in. Over 300 feet, flaps can come in. Pull off the power a little bit. So there's the East Nile. Actually, no, yeah, it is the East Nile. And here come the guys. We'll just cross the river and then we'll turn left. We'll do one left circuit of the airfield. And then we'll head out. And there's Catbat zooming along. So this is where the Nile meets the West Nile and the Blue Nile. So 3 rivers converging. How cool. How different it is when there's a river, right? From all that orange and brown and desert, and suddenly there's green. Okay, looks like everybody's up. So let's turn east. And then we'll get on our way. Say, I wish it had a trim wheel, because the new Bravo trim wheel is so easy to trim, and I do find the horn trims actually really hard. Mechanical Madness, hello, welcome. So 46 and 48 will change. It just wants to chase the needle all the time with these buttons, because they're not. It's not like an axis. I wonder if it's like the real aircraft. I've never flown a real Mooney in real life. Restless Pilgrim, welcome to you. Thank you for the follow, and thanks for joining us on leg 15 of the Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight as we leave Khartoum after what was a 2-hour refueling session for them in 1937, and we're now headed for Massawa in Eritrea. Chasing the needle is really hard because I don't want to chase the needle, but even though pitch attitude and trim, it just doesn't quite behave as it would. But hey, sort of there. Looks like we've got a bit of a crosswind. Yeah. So we are 2 hours 33 ETE to Massawa in Eritrea, about 391 miles. We're going to be cruising at an altitude of 9,000 feet. Do a bit of hand flying for the moment. Don't often get to do much of that on this. I let Sperry do the flying. Sperry, of course, was the auto gyro pilot that Amelia had in the Electra 10 special, which was invented by Lawrence Sperry, and basically was an autopilot that you could fly level and put it on a heading, and it just did what you wanted it to. So it was not quite the GPS autopilots of today, but literally you could put it into, you know, straight and level flight, and it would just carry on doing it for as long as you wanted to. Gyroscopically based. And I tell you, the only other thing I've done wrong is when I reset, I didn't change my date, did I? And I haven't changed my weather. So bear with me for the wobbly bit that's going to happen right now. It's blazing sun. It should be 42 degrees now. How did you turn on? I didn't set you to come on at all. Okay, 45 on the left, 48 on the right, changing tanks. I've slightly gone off course. Oh, I see what you're doing. The ball had got stuck. How can the ball get stuck? Coltonish, hey, how are you doing? Shouldn't even have anything on at the moment. Let's trim her up again. Let's now I'll put her into autopilot. Let's put her onto nav mode, and let's get her climbing up to 9,000 feet. We'll just do it gently. Let Sperry take some of the handling. Tritz, thank you so much. Oh, Tritz, that's lovely of you. Thank you so much for subscribing at tier 2. That's lovely of you. Thank you. Yeah, I've changed my CDI. I was just enjoying doing some hand flying for a change. Wow, look at you guys. Isn't this different? Look at that. I'm sure it pretty much made them melt. I mean, remember the Electra was the first all-metal aircraft. And whilst it had some interior leather work and everything. Maeve1628 is with us. Catbat9, welcome. Gazaki Flyer, Flying Trits 4, Splasher 6, Winterbrand, 54341, Rollymail 9, Draco Core, Whoosh Blammo, and Goblin Druid Zeus. I don't know how much green we'll see now until we get to the Red Sea coast. We are misbehaving a bit. Summit's not quite right, but anyway. So 45 and 47, 2 gallons on the right till we change tank. Closing in on 7,500 feet. Sun in my eyes is definitely not helping. But hey, it's like the real thing, right? Oh no, Brian! Even if I put my aviator's hat on, there's no thingy. I might have to put I might put a baseball cap on. Medics! Oh. Feline over here, there's none. There are mountains coming up. They're a little way away, but there are mountains. Coming up on 9,000 feet, and the outside air temperature is 25 degrees. One gallon till change tanks. Stop the blinding sun. Okay, so let's start getting into cruise speeds. .46 and 45. So 2 hours in Khartoum. We refueled, paid our respects to the British officials. The language was very pleasant in our ears. That done, and our bill for £3.22 shillings landing fee was settled. So it was £3.22 rather than £3 2 shillings and 2 pence. And then we were on our way to Massawa in Italy's Eritrea. The hop from Khartoum was as interesting as any part of this trip. The country, except that near the Nile, was bleak desert for miles, and only few caravans and the odd tent or two in the midst of stretching sand. I could only see fine lines. Whether this was camel trails or wind streaks, I don't know. And apparently at 200 miles out, we crossed the Atbara River. And Atbara is one of the tributaries that feed into the Nile. So we'll see more of the Nile again. And now we're headed towards the coast. Thank you, Splasher. That's really cool. One day I will get to that museum. I definitely want to get to that museum. And it's still managed, I believe, by the 99s, which is the organisation that Amelia Earhart was the first president for, formed by the first 99 female aviators to have pilot's licenses in the United States. And I think they look after it today. The other place I'd like to go and see is the Purdue University archives, because they have all the historical references of Amelia's trips. I would just love to be able to look upon it. EBAC 19698, how are you doing? A lecture on static display. What, at Purdue or at Atchison? In Atchison. Because if it's at Atchison, I am definitely going to go. I'm feeling better, thank you. A bit better anyway. I've taken all the painkillers I can today, so take some of the discomfort away. I need to speak to my doctor, get some antibiotics. We've just left Khartoum and we're on our way to Massawa on the Red Sea coast. Today will mark the entire crossing of the North African continent. 45 and 40. Well done, Streamlabs. Change tanks. Electroshock. Well done, Colonel Fork, and good morning to you, my friend. I hope you're doing well and having a great weekend so far. Nice and early on your Saturday, right? Well, a little bit. Yeah, still early. An electroshock, very good. So yeah, we're running no liveries today. Well, no custom liveries. Draco loaded in with my silver livery, and we all went stuttery. So he logged out, and then it was all good. So definitely livery related. at 12:45 p.m. Is it really? Oh, I guess it must be. Well, yeah. Because I was looking at 6 o'clock, thinking, oh well, 2 o'clock is 9 a.m. So that's 9. So it's 10, 11. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I'm like, time zones. I tell you. I tell you what I found on my computer that I need to get rid of. I found 2 NVIDIA services. I've turned them off at the moment, but I found them, and I had removed them. I thought, oh, Splasher6, you got affiliate. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Let's give Splasher some hype in channel. Splasher's got affiliate. Well done, mate. That's brilliant news. Brilliant news. Well done. She was right. There was not a lot of green once you got past the Nile parts. But there's evidence of almost fields and stuff down there. .345 miles to go. 1 hour 58 minutes. So I will be doing a little stream on Monday evening just after I finish work to fly down from Massawa to Assab, so that we're ready for next Saturday. Next Saturday will be a long flight. So it'll probably be about 10.5 hours next week as we fly from Assab all the way over to Karachi. We're having to do it in a slightly roundabout route just because they had to. Where we'll follow the coast of Arabia out to Gwadar and then across from Gwadar to Karachi. Where we'll take part in the last epic flight, or the last record-breaking flight that Amelia took part in. A lot of it is coastline, Brian. A lot of it is coastline. I'll post it up early so people know about it, but yeah, it's actually pretty level flight. We're going to be at 8,000 feet because that's the optimum for the Electra. The highest anything is just over 3,000 feet, and that's. Oh, I see things going on. I hear noise. I hear noise. Thank you for following Thingfish57. Oh, Captain Arash. Oh, it's raiding. Oh my god, Captain Arash. Hey, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome raiders. Captain Arash, how was your 100th day flight in the end? How did you get on? So Captain Arash has been flying around the world in a Cessna 172, and he's been flying it with no autopilot, all real-world navigation, real-world weather in real time, and today was his 100th day of the flight. And I joined them for a few hours this morning to watch them and congratulate them on their journey. They were flying in northern... You're a rain boss, rah. Yeah. And raid boss, not rain boss. No GPS though, that's right. So it's all real navigation. Hey Johnny AVI, welcome mate, how you doing? But yeah, Captain Arash is doing some great stuff and crazy routes. So, you know, if you're in the UK, he pretty much streams in the morning, so we're probably at work, but it's all old school navigation. Yeah, oh yeah, old school navigation, there you go. And today was joined by his lovely co-pilot, Emma. And it's the first time I got to see Emma on stream. I've heard her talking from behind the scenes. But it was good to see her and see her take control of the aircraft for a while. Matellasi, hey, thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Mattelsi. Thank you. I had a glass of I raised a glass of orange squash to you, my friend. So yeah, we're I actually landed with my rudder pedals work this week, Captain Arash, because they're my old ones. She is a promising captain. Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, we are actually. It's been pretty good. This is the second leg of our flight today. We actually did a landing at Khartoum, which Amelia Earhart did because she needed to refuel. Hey, I never get your name right. It's Aditya Trivedi, 18. I'm good, thank you. I never get it right. I butcher names. I'm sorry. Aditya. That'll do. Dangerous Brian, we are headed for Hotel Mike Sierra. Yeah. Massawa in Eritrea. So yeah, the reason Amelia Earhart landed in Khartoum was the week before she set off late from Fort Lamy because they had a leak in their undercarriage and it was air suspension, so they had to pump it up. And by the time they got it fixed and pumped up in 100 degrees heat, they didn't leave until 1:30, and they ended up at El Fasher. But El Fasher didn't have any of their fuel or oil, so they then had to fly to Khartoum for a refuel and a re-oil and a re-oil change, and then get off to Massawa. So it's one of the only times she actually stopped from place to place. So normally it was take off, fly, descend and land, but today she actually did a stop and go. Kevin 611959, good evening to you and welcome along. I'm joined by the Fireflies as we cross from Khartoum to Massawa in Eritrea. We've got Winterbrand, Splasher 6, Draco, Kazaki Flyer, Whoosh Blamo, Catbat 9, Flying Tritz, Dangerous Brian. Who else have we got? We've got Winterbrand, we've got Maeve. Can't remember who. We've got quite a few people flying along with us now, and I keep forgetting how many people we've got. Whoosh Blamo. So we're heading for HHMS Hotel Mike Sierra, and Brian, we are going to land, I believe, on 2-5. Yeah, 2-5. So when we come into Massawa's on the coast, the east coast, and there's mountains right beside it. So we'll have to spiral down if you want to come in to the westernmost runway. But what we'll do is we'll come down, spiral down, go over the Red Sea a little bit, and then come back in, and that will mean that we've done a complete circuit then of crossing of the northern African continent from west to east, and then on Monday night we'll fly down the coast a little bit. Correct, Viper Strike. So yes, so Khartoum was British. Obviously, El Fasher was part of the Anglo-Egyptian. Dakar and onwards and Chad, obviously to Chad, were part of the French. And so yes, Italian East Africa was what Eritrea was part of at the time. Thank you for following Drunken Simming. I hope you're having a good day, and if you're drinking while simming, cheers. Do you know what? I don't know. I've never been to Eritrea, so thank you very much. Thank you. We've got about 1 hour 50 minutes to go till we get to Eritrea. Next week's flight is a monstrous 10 hours 28 minutes ETE. 43 on the left, 45 on the right. Change tanks in 3 gallons, and are we back to the green now? Yeah, pretty much. Are there really? I won't go looking for them today, but I will come back and have a look if that's the case. Do you know what? I think I saw Captain Arash flying around, and there were flamingos. I'm sure it was Captain Arash. There were flamingos. I could be wrong. I know Captain Arash has recently done this area. Interesting. So I'm actually going to start at normal time. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, hoping to finish by midnight. I know it's a long old day. If people can join for some of it, that would be great. If they can't, you know, just hop in. I expect people to hop in and hop out on my long flights, because it's a long time to devote to flying a single leg. So I'm still good. Streamlabs. So on Monday, I'm going to be flying from Massawa down to Assab, which is only an hour or so, 2 hours maybe, to the Red Sea coast. And then from there, we're going to, on Saturday next week, we're going to fly from the Red Sea coast to Assab, all the way along the bottom coast of Oman, Saudi Arabia and Yemen, and then cutting across to Gwadar, and then across to Karachi. You can bring your teddy bear. You absolutely can. Because I have teddies. I have a Darth Vader teddy, and I've got several other teddies over there that are that you can bring teddies. I don't know if the lightsaber works anymore, but it used to work. I don't know, it might do. No, it doesn't work anymore, but it used to work. But teddies are always welcome on all of our flights. Teddy was wearing my Amelia Earhart cap, which I will probably wear on one flight, but she didn't tend to wear them. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, one day we'll go forward, heating. I hope so, Brian. I hope so. So we're going to fly all the way to Karachi from Assab, which is going to be good. 10 hours, 28 minutes in the air. So I've already prepared the snackage for next week. Going to have to get some food in for that one. And it's not the longest flight yet. There's a long one to go, which is 2,500 miles. That's going to take a long time. So I'm probably going to have to take a day off for that one. Corned beef sarnies. Do you know what? I had a corned beef toastie this week, which was really nice. But it would be nicer if it had pickle in it. Oh my god, have you noticed the mistake? I thought it was loud, and why didn't it crash? Doesn't it normally crash if you've left the window open? I don't normally open the bloody thing. It's like, it's really loud in the cockpit. It was like, why is this? Oh. I did need the ventilation, but at 9,000 feet, not so much. Guarda to Karachi has some nice mud volcanoes. I don't know. Oh. It used to be if you opened that window, it crashed. Well. Love spam, heck corned beef. Do you know, I don't mind spam. I like spam. Spam is good. Oh, I've shut my window now, Draco. Definitely shut it now. So this is a bit more traily. I don't think they're... a bit more roady. Not really rivers, are they? Thank you, Trits. You take care. Have a great rest of your day. Yeah, they are some weird lines, aren't they? Do we think they're roads or trails? Well, I guess there's a town coming up. I guess it could be trails, right? Doesn't really look like a river. Not far from the airport at Massawa is the Imperial Palace. And I think the answer to your question, is there nice beaches? It looks like it. Looks like there are some nice beaches at Massawa. Yeah, the big one is definitely a dried riverbed, but there's, I guess it all could be, I guess in the rainy season, could be tributaries? It's probably water-based, right? My knowledge of this area... My knowledge of this area is not very good. Let's check my tanks. 1 gallon till change tanks. Blind Dutchman, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. 1 hour 40 to go, 293.8 nautical. Oh, my RPM's a little low. Bring that up. Morning, world, working. Oh, I hope work is over and done soon. You can get your feet up. Cool, Viper Strike. Oh, they're too deep, aren't they? That's definitely river. Depends where we're near, because there are some Nile tributaries on our way. But that was about 200 miles out, I'm sure. The Atbara River flows north. There's a tiny little airport at Atbara. Well, I guess we're not far from the Atbara River, so in the rain seasons, perhaps this is where because the Atbara is a tributary that feeds into the Nile. Oh, someone just nearby me. So I think it must be part of the river tributaries. Schöne Krill, hello. That is a brilliant question, Schönekru. Given that the receipts that we have are charged in local currencies and they are said paid, I would imagine, and I'm going to say imagine, I'm going to go and have to find out, but I believe that they paid in local currency because everything was planned in advance. Most of it was all paid up front, except landing fees. And extra fuel when they landed at the wrong place, which they did a couple of times. That is a... How's the Bravo? The Bravo is brilliant, Captain Arash. It's really good. Really good indeed. I'm really pleased with it. Hey Smurfy, how you doing? Should we go and have a look? Because one of the things, yeah, because I tried to look up how much the entire expedition costed, and I can't find a definitive answer for how much she actually paid for the entire journey. I've got receipts for things along the way, but you know, for example, we know that on each of these locations here is where they had all the fueling and oil situated across from the west coast of Africa all the way down to Leh, and they had they'd situated all the barrels of fuel and oil in these locations, painted with AE on them, and they were all there in advance. So I imagine they were all paid in advance to the Standard Oil Company at the time, which became Mobil and part of the Exxon Group now. But that's how I imagine the fuel was paid for. Food, they were provided where they stayed. Yes, Schoenekroos. So they used in World War II. You've heard of the women's air service, the WASPs. Basically, they transported aircraft from place to place in the war. But before the war, WASP actually relocated a lot of Amelia Earhart's materials and everything along the way, and they actually sent engineers out to be in certain places and along the way, which is why they had to land in Khartoum on this leg, because they'd landed earlier because they couldn't make it the day before. But they had to land in Khartoum because all their oil and petrol was already there. They had enough fuel on board for 1,151 gallons of octane 87 fuel. And we have pictures of them, which I shared before, but I don't think I've got any this time. So when they're servicing, I don't think I've got any pictures of the oil. No, the planning was incredible, absolutely incredible. Not only that, you know, I can't see the barrels, but literally, I don't think I've got them in this one. No. We'll go over these when we get a little bit there, but obviously, no, I've just got pictures of Amelia getting out of the aircraft when she got to Massawa. One of the officials that met her. So they didn't have. So they often had formal dinners, but Amelia travelled with very little clothing. She had 5 shirts, 5 pairs of slacks, and a pair of shoes. 1 overall, so 1 white overall for which when she did maintenance. Oh yeah, switch tanks, very good, well done. They had a pith helmet, no coat, no jackets, and no formal wear. So they turned up at lots of dinners that were provided to them, certainly earlier on in Africa, by Air France. And everyone was all dressed to the nines except for Amelia and Fred, and they were in their normal. She was in her checkered shirt and her slacks, so definitely not dressed, but certainly looked after. When they were in Brazil, Air France basically loaded up the plane with food for them to have on the journey. So she was well looked after, but pretty much everything was arranged in advance. And the interesting part of all of that planning in advance is that the original flight that she started in March 1937 was actually going to go west to east. So she started in Oakland and San Francisco to fly to Honolulu. When she had a round out on the runway at Ford Field and crashed, and the aircraft had to be shipped back, at that point, all of the fuel had been put into locations west to east. And her route west to east was different from the route from east to west. So they had to relocate the fuels in between March and May. So they didn't have a lot of time to move things. But when you consider, you know, literally, that's just Africa, Asia, Africa, India, and Asia, and Australia. And then there was all of the fuel that went across America. So there was Burbank, Tucson, New Orleans, Miami, and then they had fuel in all the other locations. Amazing, really, right? That was possible back in 1937 to arrange like that. I mean, it's hard enough to do an expedition like that today. The Mooney that did this flight in 2017, the 80th anniversary flight, was specially updated so it had 200 gallons of fuel on it, so it could reach 3,003 nautical miles, which is why we're flying the Mooney, because it flies at a similar speed to the Electra when it was weighed down at full weight. It flies at roughly the same sort of pace. But I have to cheat when I do the longer flights because I can only put 95 gallons of fuel in this thing. 90 gallons of fuel, probably. No, 95. It's 95 gallons. So I have to... But I won't use more than 200. So we'll have to do, 75, and then the difference. Obviously not trying to take it down too dry. But we are going to complete the journey. We are going to land at Howland Island. Around the World in 80 Days. Great movie and great book, definitely. Yes, Wikipedia does have a good route. I mean, I've got my own. I've built my own. This one's slightly different. This was my very first effort at it, but this is the route that we're following, roughly. Yeah, so we're all the way across America, through Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Suriname, Brazil, Senegal, Mali, Chad, Sudan, and Eritrea. So we're going to get to about here. And then I made a mistake on this part. It's only when I read some documentation. She said that she had permission to fly over Saudi Arabia, but when I read into it, it was actually begrudging permission. And I found her notes that say that she actually flew along the southeast coast. So I've changed this in the next flight plan, and it goes all along the southeast coast, over to Gwarda, and then into Karachi. So it might not be exactly on par with what she did, but we fly down over Aden from Assab, and then all along the southeast coast. And I know that the winds blew them inland a little bit, but she was absolutely... she absolutely did not want to land in Arabia, because they were not going to be welcomed, even though they had begrudging permission. So... Thank you, Flying Dutchman. I've always had a love for her story, and I've learned so much more since I decided to do it. And I only decided to do it because people were posting on the Two-Tone Murphy's channel when the flight simulator came out. Everyone was like, "Hey, let's come up with some ideas for some epic journeys that we can do." And Scotland 737 Comet project has flown God knows how many hours around the world, and I thought I'd try a slightly different slant and perhaps focus in on female aviators of history. Morning, Vlogstrot. Great to see you. The next one I want to do, and so the Electra's not in. No one has modelled the Electra yet. Someone has ported the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2010 or whatever it was, the last version. They brought that one over by an import, but the propellers don't work. So, whilst it is, it's not the same. So I've reached out to some of the people that made the Electra for previous sims, like P3D, and actually, come on, the Robin. Who did the Robin? Just Flight. Just Fly. They did the Electra in Microsoft Flight Simulator 8's earlier versions and X-Plane 11. So I've asked them if they were. I've all reached out to all of them and said, "Are you?" And they're not planning to do one yet, but they've said, "Never say never, Alison." So if they do bring the Electra out, I will definitely do that. I will definitely redo the whole journey in an Electra, because that will be a completely different experience. Wing 42 are working on the Lockheed Vega 5B, which is the aircraft that Amelia did a lot of record-breaking stuff in, and I'm hoping to get my hands on her beta if they're very kind to me, and then I will do all of her trips in the Vega, including the transatlantic flight, her Grand Circle navigation for east and west, west to east, and then her flight to Honolulu, and then her record-breaking single-leg flight from California to Mexico. So I'm going to try and do all of that. But if they get the Electra, I will be all over it. And if they bring a Pitcairn gyrocopter out, I will do her gyrocopter transcontinental flights. Thank you, Black Demon. That's really kind of you. But I love it, and I love finding the information out. You know, like it was even like trying to find the routes out, because even those were slightly different. Yeah. So, well, she had the altitude record in a Pitcairn, where she went up to 18,145 feet. Yeah. So not only did she did a transcontinental across USA in a gyrocopter, but she also took the darn thing up to 18,000 odd feet and held the altitude record for a gyrocopter flight back in I'm gonna get this wrong, 1920 something. Oh, she did loads, absolutely loads. So Amelia, Pitcairn. I even had a picture of the Pitcairn. I've recently just taken it off. So it was a Pitcairn PCA2. It was the first flight across the United States in a rotorcraft. It was attempted by Amelia Earhart, but she was actually beaten by John Miller, who completed his flight 9 days before her. She set the altitude record on the 8th of April 1931, where she reached the height of 18,415 feet. The record was broken in another PCA2 by Louis Yancey, who flew it to 21,500 feet in September 1932. So she may still hold the female altitude record in a Pitcairn. I know, right? In a gyrocopter in 1931. Those were the days, I tell you. I mean, we've seen a lot of change, and we've seen a lot of technological change in a very short period of time. But aviation had that same technological breakthrough of engineering, mechanics, understanding of flight avionics, the atmosphere, weather, navigation. That all occurred in that short burst period after the First World War, where it really took off. You know, the introduction, Lawrence Sperry's autogyro pilot that he demonstrated in 1917, by flying along the Seine. First leg, arms in the air. Second leg, he came back, arms in the air, and his assistant Kashan out on the wing, and the aircraft dipped and then leveled. The third leg, no one was piloting the aircraft. Lawrence Sperry was on one wing, Emil Kashan was on the next, and the aircraft flew straight and level. So, you know, auto gyro stabilization, auto gyro pilots. Yeah, arms in the air, just don't care. That was Lawrence Sperry. What a guy. What a way to sell your product. So this is the Atraba River. So this is a big tributary of the Nile. I will turn me off so we can get a view of what's going on. As you see, as you get closer and closer to rivers, how the the landscape changes. So those black lines, I reckon these are. You see how they flow out from this river here. I reckon all those lines is when it's wet. Sometimes it does. Yeah, so that is the Atbara River coming up. Major tributary of the Nile. Which flows all the way north into the Nile. Exactly. That's why I like my steam gauges. You absolutely, you know, if there was a big solar flare and your electronic gauges and everything went out, you could still navigate. You could still aviate and get to where you needed to go. I need 2 seconds. I'm definitely climbing over those boxes again. I have to climb over those boxes. I'm surprised I've done so well to not have needed to climb over the boxes as much as I haven't. Isn't this amazing? Look at the scenery out here. This is incredible. Just goes to show how important water is. $42 on the right, 40 on the left, changing to gallons. How are we doing? Everything's still all in the good. Fireflies are all still with us. Isn't it amazing? And then once we get past the river again, it's just going to dry out. And so, what did she write about the Assad River? So 200 miles out. So how 200 miles out, we cross at right angles the Atbara River, which flows northward to the Nile. Thence the low desert roughened and rose first into sloping sandy foothills, then mountains where green vegetation, almost the first we've seen in Africa, began to appear below us. We flew over headwaters of a considerable river, the Khor, which drain into the highland region towards the Red Sea. Heated air blasted upwards and buffeted us. Don't know if we're going to get buffeted air, but we flew not far from Massawa, 7,000 feet high, Eritrea's capital. To compare its active coolness, I later learned that the Hamasian Plateau is being constructed a large new airport named for Colonel Umberto Maddalena, who accompanied Air Marshal Balbo on the mass flight across the Atlantic in 1931. Interestingly, the fields are further away from the river than I would have expected. Do you think when they get their rain season, because they do get that this is a floodplain, and that's why the fields are so far back? Ah. Well, there's the Atbara River. There's a tiny little airport near Atbara. And then some fields up against the river. It just looked strange, didn't it? That you've got so much green, but it's so far back. Yeah, yeah. I hadn't considered it before until now. I say I don't really know too much about this area. Never been here. The bits I've read is from her diaries and from information that I've sort of gone and read about. But the geography, roughly, but not the geology and the... And then this side of the river, Earth science teacher. Well, there you go. See, glad I didn't get it too wrong. Mikey. And then this side, not so much. Okay, take care, Flying Dutchman. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and we'll catch you up soon. Hope it goes quickly. Thank you. So Amelia had actually forgotten to eat this entire flight. I'd become so preoccupied when they got to Khartoum. Oh, welcome, Katie. and English wasn't very well spoken when they got to Massawa, so they had to try and make do. And but one of the officers who could speak English asked her if she was hungry, and she was like, "Well, I haven't eaten." And her reply was something like, "As hollow as a bamboo horse." And apparently, that took some translating to do to explain that she was incredibly hungry. As hollow as a bamboo horse. One of her sayings from childhood days. Back in 1937, Massawa had a population of around about 15,000 people. And as of 2021, it has a population density of 53,090. The city or the town is over 110 square kilometers or 290 square miles. And it's a small seaside. It was originally a small seaside village in the Kingdom of Aksum. It has been owned by lots of different nations in its past. So, the Askimite Empire, Abyssinia, Italian Eritrea, the Ottoman Empire. The Portuguese looked after it for a while. Then it was again. So yeah, looks like it's Portuguese rules, Ottoman, Italian, Ethiopian, and then Eritrean independence, which it gained after the Eritrean-Ethiopian War. And as someone rightly said earlier, there's a lot of Italian influenced buildings in Massawa. The Hotel Torino, which wasn't there when Amelia came through, which was built in 1938, is actually influenced by Venetian architecture and is still available to see in the old section of the city today. Daily average temperatures in June is around 104 degrees, 40.2. Papa Joe B, hey, how are you doing? Where are we today? We are on our second journey. We are 199.4 miles out from Massawa. It's about an hour and 8 minutes to go. We're headed from Khartoum, where we stopped for a refuel, having left El Fasher earlier on this morning. So we're headed to the Red Sea coast, and today it will complete our transcontinental North African journey from west coast to east. And then on Monday evening, I'm going to fly down south to Assab, where we'll gather ourselves together for next week's flight, which is the 1600 to 1800 nautical mile flight all the way from Assab to Karachi, following the southern coasts of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, Aden. So we're doing pretty good. Quite a few fireflies in us. We've just crossed the Atraba River. Thank you. Yeah, it's an achievement getting from one side, from one ocean to another sea. We'll fly down the coast tomorrow, Monday, sorry, and then get ready for the long haul. Second longest leg of the flight in total. And we're headed towards Massawa, which is on the Red Sea coast. We've got some hills, some foothills that are starting to appear now. Then they'll go into mountains, and then we'll fly out over the Red Sea, circle down, and come back down into Massawa on runway 25. So in just over an hour's time. And 40 and 40, change tanks. As of this morning, we had 15,160 nautical miles to go. So we're closing in on halfway, which we should do on Monday. We should get to the halfway point at Assab on Monday. So that would be great. Halfway there. The 14,400 odd miles. I do have Amelia, yes. Yeah. It's a good film. They focused a little bit too much on the love affair that she had. But otherwise it was really good. And I loved how the Electra was, you know, the Electra's in that film is now is the one that I keep showing the picture of. Oh, Dangerous Brian. Thank you so much, Dangerous Brian. Dangerous Brian has gifted 5 tier 1 subs to Shona Krill, Mav64, Valksy, Capt Kitten, and Rob MCR. Welcome to the flight crew. Can we have some hype for Dangerous Brian in chat, please? Thank you, Brian. That's really lovely of you. Thank you. And so, yeah, the Electra this is the one they used in the film and is now at the Seattle Museum of Flight, which I would love to go and see at some point. I'd like to get close to it. I know it's not the same one, but I've never seen an Electra in real life. Look, just on the edge of my range, there's some blueness. Yes, Papa JB, I have all of the legs that she was planning to do, and I intend to complete them. We have a special handcrafted scenery. Oh, Colonel Fork! Colonel Fork has gifted 5 tier 1 subscriptions to Spad Next, Freckles Aviation, Zadrinovich, Ro Rosie, and Ashley 92. Thank you so much, Colonel Fork. That's really kind of you. And Brian has gifted 10 in total. Colonel Fork has gifted 25. The legends are all at it again. They absolutely are. Oh, you're so lovely. Thank you. Can we have some hype for Colonel Fork? That's lovely. Thank you. So yes, I do intend to complete it. We have some custom scenery for the last, or for the Howland Island part, where Jefferson 2001 has created the Earhart light, as it was when it was finished construction in 1939, as well as the Maritime Reserve sign on the beach. And we are going to land on that island, and we're going to pay honour, because no one else has done it on any of the memorial flights to date. They've either dropped wreaths or dropped flowers. So Brian Lloyd dropped pink flowers, and the other 2 flights that have flown that way have also just dropped wreaths. So we'll land there. The Earhart light today is a bit dilapidated. There was a town on the island called Itasca Town, and Itasca Town was heavily bombed by the Japanese in World War II, and the Earhart light took damage. It didn't destroy it, but it's dilapidated now. But we have it in its original glory. It's available as a download, as a scenery pack on my live stream channel on Two Tone Murphy's Discord. And in that pack, you'll find the Earhart light, a special POI of Howland Island, and it will allow us to put Howland Island in as a destination when we do that leg, and we will land on it, and then we will continue from there, from Howland Island to Honolulu, and then Honolulu to San Francisco. She was intending to arrive in San Francisco on the 4th of July 1937. I hope so. I mean, you know, I'm hoping that it will really bring in a lot of people to find out I mean, this is what the sim gives us today, is the ability to talk, recreate and do things. I know that it's not the Electra, but I'm doing it in a Mooney that was similarly done back in 1930 back in 2017. So a Mooney has done this flight, so I think that, and it was specially modified, so I think it's all very fitting. But if an Electra comes over into the sim, I will do it all again the hard way. Because the Mooney does make it a little bit easier than normal. But there are some amazing things that are being planned. You know, lots of people are doing some really nice, good ones. My second person that I'm going to introduce people to is Amy Johnson, and I'm going to recreate Amy Johnson's the first flight from England to Australia, and I'm going to try and do it in the Waco. Yeah, no, Vickers Vimy. Yeah. It's early days, and these things have actually, you know, these aircraft have made it into other sims, and there are people that like the historical aircraft. So I'm hoping that they'll do it. I mean, the Electra is so important. It's not as important as Boeing today. No, there's no AP in the Waco, and there wasn't any in the Gypsy Moth that Amy flew. She flew it, hand flew it all the way. So I'm going to have to do it hard way. And her legs were monstrous. She did it in 19 days from takeoff in Croydon Airfield. She flew quite a bit of the same route-ish that Amelia did through Asia. So, but I think she flew from Croydon to Vienna on her first leg. Was it Croydon to Vienna? I'm in the process of building up her flight plan from her historical texts. Yeah, again, the aircraft she flew at the time was modified. It took me ages to find out how modified. Well, here come the hills, Brian. So they are sort of rolling foothills, like she said in her diary. Yep, I'm going to have to pretend that I have a ferry tank in the front passenger seat, but it wasn't in the front passenger seat because they didn't want it too far forward because of the centre of gravity, so they had some behind her. They are going to get a little bit higher for us, Brian, in a bit. But we're way over them. They're only going to come up to about 4,000 feet, so we're going to sail over the top of them. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, it was a much lighter aircraft, so didn't have the weight that the Electra had. I'm going to get this wrong now, Brian. I reckon it's about 21,000. It's got oxygen on board, remember? But you have to wear a mask or a nose piece. shall refer to my POH. I normally don't take it that high, so... Operational ceiling. The POH is massive, 275 pages. Don't you wish that they had so you have to use oxygen above 12,000. Apparently you're not allowed to fly in icing conditions because of course they only got a pitot heat. Come on, where are you? I don't know, I think it's about 21,000 I think. Someone will correct me, I think it's around 21,000. Clearance of mountains is a must. They're dangerous. Yeah. Look at this though. This is nice. I like how it's all changing on us as we head towards the sea. Still got the guys here. We've got Catbat 9, Maeve 1628, Winterbrand, Ebach, Whoosh Blamo, Splasher 9836, Dangerous Brian, Kazaki Flyer, Draco Core, Splasher 6 I think is in there still, and other names because it's all a blur. Excuse me. Okay, Jonah Crow, you take care and look to see you next week. Have a great rest of your weekend. Now that's a road. the lighter one, that's definitely a road. The road takes a rather convoluted journey, but it goes all the way to Massawa. I thank you once again to all the followers, all the subscribers, all the gift subscribers, for all of those that come along and chat to me along the flight and join in on the flying. Couldn't do it without you all. It's been incredible and we've still got a long way to go, but I'd like to thank all and every one of you for taking part and experiencing this with me. It has been so brilliant. I am so glad I did it. I wasn't going to stream, I was going to just sort of do it on Discord, but I'm really glad that I've managed to be able to do it and get a load of people interested in what is a magnificent piece of history. So thank you all from the bottom of my heart. We've got a long way to go together, but thank you. Check my fuels. 37 on the left, 40 on the right. Everything's still in the green and blues. Me neither, Brian. I love spending it all with you and doing these amazing journeys. I mean, look at the scenery now. It's changing and changing and changing. Reminds me some of these hills to our starboard when we were doing the Tucson part, and it was all that sandstorm, and you saw the hills rising, cresting out of the sandstorm like whales, and you can almost see the almost whale shaped again. There are bigger hills to come, but this is... Can't believe we've nearly crossed Africa. Nearly Africa. Next week we leave it behind. Sorry, Brian, are you sweating now? Apologies, Brian. So this one's for Viper Strike. So Viper Strike's going to be doing a tour of baseball stadiums when he later on this year, which I'm looking forward to. This is my Barry Votto, my Cincinnati Reds inspiration to Joey Votto. So when you do your baseball streams, we will be there to watch and knock it out of the park. Another teddy bear. Well, Draco, we've got quite a lot of land. We're actually only skirting the we're only going to be skirting the coast. So you'll have land in sight pretty much, well, most of the way. There's a bit when we cross to Guada, but it's not 10 hours of it. Oh, town. Looks like a runway. So that's Massawa Military Airport. All right. Poor old Brian and the hills. They are starting to get bigger now. But as long as there are no downdrafts, we should clear them just. Yeah, the highest is 8,000 feet above the ground, so yeah, about 10,000. No, we're fine. We're all good. Arctic Tern, hello. How are you? You caught me. How are you doing? Yeah, we're doing good, thank you. We're about 45 minutes out from arriving in Massawa in Eritrea. We set off from Fasher in Sudan, flew to Khartoum, refueled, and then took off to the Red Sea. So today is the leg we've pretty much crossed the North African continent. We fly down south to Assab on Monday to get ready for the big one next weekend, which is the flight from the Red Sea to Karachi. I'm technically not on live weather. I'm running WPP Blazing Sun. The Bajan Four Seasons? Probably not. I shall look it up. I've got it set to about 42 degrees because it was 110 in the shade when they arrived at Massawa. Don't look now, Brian. Take care, Papa Joe. We will catch you soon. 35 on the left. Sorry, left, so changing to right. 129 miles to go. So we're going to fly out over the nature reserve into the sea, and we'll come back in on runway 25. But we've got some hills to clear, and then we can start drifting down. We'll do a sea approach rather than having to spiral down the side of the mountains. But we've had some sights today. We've crossed the Nile, the Blue Nile, the White Nile, and the Nile. Khartoum is surrounded by it. Oh, and the East Nile as well. So, and then we went across the Ataba River, which is a major tributary running to the Nile all the way to the north. And we're soon going to be in Massawa on the Red Sea coast. On Monday, we should get to halfway in our journey. As of this morning, we had 15,160 miles to go. So we're just going to be just slightly short of it today. But Monday, we will cross the halfway mark. A 10-hour, 28-minute ETE flight next Saturday, plus getting started time. So we're probably talking 11 hours next week, next Saturday. Going to start at normal time, and we'll just fly into the night. My other half's already going to hang me with shovels. I've already told her how long it is, so Laura's going to kill me. The longest one I might have to start really early, because the longest one's like 15 hours or more. Ooh. That's a bit bumpy. Why are we bumpy? I have no cat on my rudder pedals. Yeah, so it's because I'm running a 1440p, so 34-inch monitor, 3440 by 1440. So my actual game is in a widescreen monitor. So I'm streaming it in widescreen as well to try and get the same sort of perception that I'm getting whilst flying for you guys who are watching. So if it was 1080p, it would be, but then because my monitors, if I try to scale it to 1080p, it looks wrong, and then it'd be too small, and I wouldn't get the peripheral visions I get of the monitor. But I don't have track IR. I do have it. It just doesn't work very well on this monitor for some unknown reason. So I have to use the hats and things to look around. But when I fly VR, I love it. But it's good for 2D viewing. I get quite a lot of the aircraft peripherally. 40 minutes till we overfly Massawa, because we will overfly it and come down over the sea. Another ULR at Brian Sully. But we had some great scenery today. And I've set it to Weather Preset Pro Blazing Sun because it literally was blazing. Didn't really see rain until they got to Calcutta. It was a spectacularly dry journey across the desert. So yeah, today we get from where we landed at St. Louis in Senegal, and we get all the way over to the Red Sea coast in Massawa today. So, and then we'll fly south to Assab on Monday. And then the next leg's all the way over to Karachi. That's a journey and a half. Oh, are there? I will have a look. Yeah. I'm also bare bones at the moment just because of all the issues that people have been having. I mean, I've been having some CTDs. I've taken out everything I can now. We had some... So we had the livery stutterage earlier, and it definitely was a livery, because Draco loaded in with the Amelia Earhart livery, and instantly everyone started to stutter. So, and then he logged out of it, and it all went back to normal again. So I'm not flying my lovely livery at the moment because it'll cause people problems. So back to the red and silver. It's close. It's close. Yeah, purely just its liveries. But I'm just still weary and wary of add-ons. I've got that lovely Safari one, and it's brilliant. But I was having some problems with Newcastle yesterday as well, which is an Orbex scenery. Yeah, just don't blame it on your computer, Brian. The sim is incredible. I mean, I'm hoping for improvements for everyone when DX12 is out, just because of the better use of the cores. Because despite it being graphically intensive, it's actually code-wise very CPU intensive, and it does use more than one core. There was something they did. Someone, I can't remember who it was, but was it the Australian team where they put a Threadripper, and Microsoft Flight Simulator used 24 cores. Different FS version. It's as in the Steam version versus store version. I thought the blinking nameplates were due to liveries still. I've taken out all of the the Arctic Tern, the Mooney. Standard versus deluxe. Oh no, really? Oh, the Arrow is great though, but the Mooney is my baby. Oh my god, really? If you have different, but it's the same code base. Because they have different aircraft that people don't have, right? You don't have, of course. Oh my, that's dreadful. They need to fix that now. Yeah, so if you look in Event Viewer and find it was Microsoft Flight Simulator.exe that just ate the toast, then it will be just a sim. Oh my crikey, that's awful. They do need to fix that then. I mean, they are looking at it, but I hadn't considered that at all. That will make multiplayer interesting, right? Right. Well, in which case they do need to fix that, don't they? Because that's not a good look. Yeah, so yeah, audio will crack, and then so there will be an audio stutter, then it stops, and then it freezes, and then it'll crash. Crikey. Well, I'm just going to share some things before we get on. So Arctic Turn, you've joined us and you didn't see some bits and pieces earlier. So we left Fasher, and this was the site of the aircraft being readied. We looked at the air chart for Khartoum Airport, and it gives the longitude and latitudes and basically directions of how to find it. So obviously the race course is here, the railway station's over here, and make sure that you're basically the airfield is east of the racecourse. Then there was an info sheet. The info sheet basically tells her how much fuel and how much oil they're going to have, where the airport is, who to contact, and other bits and pieces, and would contain service info if they were doing a service. When they landed at Khartoum, the airport that we landed at was a pretty modern airport today, and that's what it looked like in 1937. Not so much a runway, but more of a sand strip. Yeah. They paid a whole £3.22 of landing fees, of which £2.22 were the Royal Air Force's fees, and £1 was the Sudan government's fees, and that would have been £221 in today's money. Yeah, it was $198 last week for landing at El Fasher. And the service was all extra, absolutely. This is this is the Massawa airport chart of the airport that we're coming in to land at. Basically shows where it is, where the Red Sea coast is. We will come over the mountains here, fly alongside the airport town and in. Her notes on it basically say that the runway slopes to the sea. Other bits and pieces I can't read on this. And as we get there, then obviously we've got Amelia coming out of the aircraft, being greeted by an official. The aircraft was serviced quite heavily at Massawa, and I've got a couple of pictures of it being serviced. So, and then there's a group of people with Fred and Amelia outside the aircraft, and the very little luggage they transport. This is their luggage. This is that's it for this massive journey of 28,000. And then obviously the next day is when they were getting in the aircraft. But some pictures there of the Massawa part of this journey. Zahidum. Zahadum. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Right, check my fuel. 35 and 38. So am I on the right? I am. So I'm all good. I don't know if I showed you this one as well, Arctic Turn, but this is the map that they had of all the refueling for petrol and oil all across the journey from the west coast of Africa all the way through to Leh. and some of the stuff that's crossed out is where they changed to get from one place to another. Sim Aviation Erling, hello, how are you? How's your week been? And this was the before they as they left at Fasher. Obviously, people are all in their shorts because it was so darn hot. Not been very well this week. Still not quite well, but I'm okay. The Electra, yeah, it wasn't very big. I mean, when it was the American aviation authorities in the mid 1930s basically said that commercial passenger aircraft should not be single engine. There should always be a form of redundancy, so twin engines. And the Electra was perfectly placed for that, but it could only really take 10 passengers. So it wasn't a very big plane. What you've got to remember about the Electra is that it was picked mainly because Amelia could do this to it, which was basically it was filled with 12 additional tanks of fuel. So it could have a total capacity of 1,150 gallons. So there was a lot of extra fuel and weight, which meant they couldn't take very much. So along the journey, but it wasn't a very big plane. So this is a so here's a current Electra in flight. So the Lockheed Electra 10E, which was used in the film Amelia, and if you've ever watched that film, you'll see it's not very big at all. The cockpit she called her cubbyhole. So if have I got a picture of the cockpit Electra color? Where Electra cockpit? No, I'm sure I had a cockpit picture. Oh, here we go. So this is Amelia in the cockpit. As you can see, you'd be shoulder to shoulder with your co-pilot, but she never had anyone in there with her. But this is what it looked like in that same aircraft I've shown you in the color picture. So this is a picture of the cockpit. That one's obviously been updated. It doesn't have the Sperry auto gyro, and so she called it a cubbyhole, lollylol. So it was tiny, and even more so when it had fuel tanks right behind them, so they then had to crawl over them to get to the back. You know, literally, you had to crawl over them because there's not a lot of height. Yeah, very tiny cockpit. Okay, 2 gallons to go to right tank. We've got hills now, Brian. These are not the highest yet. They're not too far ahead of us now. Fireflies are still with us. Splasher 6, Whoosh Blammo, Winterbrand, Catbat 9, Ebac 1969 8, Token Brown, Kazaki Flyer, Dangerous Brian, Draco Core, Goblin Zeus. I'm sorry, I'm missing people. There's so many name tags back there. It's really lovely. So we won't be long to. Oh, it's very bumpy. So she did say it was bumpy over those mountains. She ain't kidding. That's so funny. We actually did get the bumpage that she talked about. Yeah, some updraft time. Hey, lolly lol. No problem at all. You just wander in and chat. More the merrier. Yeah, so yeah, the King Air. I mean, I think there's a bush flight that someone has done for the Amelia around the world trip. It's a little bit tricky because it's a bush flight, and I think they set you to about 1,000 feet, which you can't do the whole flight with. Um, and of course, you can't use any navigation. You have to do it all by bush flying, which is tricky if you don't have the full map. But still, you can get it, and it's quite good. Doesn't follow the complete route. It sort of makes it up. XPS Murphy, there's plenty of time. I've got another... We're not even halfway through our journey in real terms. So there are plenty of opportunities to come along and join. And join in the fun. Next week's is a 10.5-hour flight from end to end. No landing in between. And will take us round the coast of Saudi Arabia. And if you're interested in next week's flight as a preview, hopefully this will show up now. That's probably not big enough, is it? Let's make it bigger. So next week's flight will take us from Asab all the way along past Aden, all the way along the coast, all the way out to Gouada, and then from Gouada over into Karachi. So it's going to be the last record-breaking flight that Amelia did on this because of course she never returned from this flight. But it's the first longest flight from the Red Sea to Karachi made at the time. Would only have to refuel twice. Yeah, it's like when we were crossing the Atlantic, when we went from Natal in Brazil all the way over to Senegal. I mean, some of those would have taken about 4 hours to get across. Katie, I'll send you a DM on Discord later. But there's a set of files you can download to put in Google Maps, in Little Nav Maps, so you can have satellite definition maps and so on. So, but that's next week's flight. From Monday, so we're going to land here at Massawa today. So we're going to go past the airport, out over the sea and back in. But we're going to fly from Massawa down to Asab on Monday to be ready for the flight next week, because I don't really want to make it 16 hours 15 hours or anything like that. And then the flight after that is from Karachi all the way over to Kolkata, before we then right in the game the Mooney could not do it because it didn't have the range. It has only 95 gallons capacity. But in 2017, a Mooney Ovation was modified to do the 80th anniversary flight, and it was modified to have 200 gallons fuel capacity. So basically the rear of the Mooney was basically fuel tanks, and it had a range of 3,003 miles. So our Mooney can't, but we're simulating that it can. But I will not use more than 200 gallons. So we'll do 95 down to probably 10, fill it up in flight, 95 to 10, and then we'll do the balance. So it's as best as I can do, because I can't modify the aircraft to have 200 gallons. I can't do it yet. I guess I could modify the go into the SDK, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to cheat to a degree in that I'll just refuel in flight. But I set off with that statement right at the beginning that that's what I would have to do, but no more than 200 gallons. I just hope I don't. So it should give us 500 miles extra range than we need to get to Howland Island when we leave Leh in Papua New Guinea on our pre-penultimate leg. We should have enough to get everywhere. So, as it has been done, I think that's fine. I'll get some pictures for next week's flights, Brian, and I'll show you the Mooney as it was kitted out with the weight. So yes, but remember there's a lot of weight in the engine as well. So the center of gravity did shift, but I'll get the I've got the diagrams. Yep. So we're now getting the point where the tectonic plates are rising under the sea. Let's get outside and hide me, and let's get some of that view. The scenery, though. This sim, I tell you. I mean, it's been pretty flat most of the way. Isn't it brilliant? Despite its barrenness, it's brilliant. I think that might be the... Is this the highest peak, Brian? Let's have a look. Is this the highest point? I can't remember. No, still not the highest point. There's a little bit higher to come. Incredible. And that, you know, as it's one of your specialties, Draco. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? Very true, lollylol. You know, yes, it's infuriating. Yes, it's got its foibles. I'd rather than keep rushing things. I mean, I know they've got to get to that Xbox 360 release. I am hoping that once they do that, they concentrate on fixing the bugs. I think we all want DirectX 12. Oh, not 360. Did I say 360? No. You know, the big one. The S and X or whatever they are. But they are talking about bringing it to the current gen, the 8th gen. What's the last one? Oh. Can I blame it on Cocodamol? Can I blame it on painkillers? With a bit of codeine mixed in and fairies. The Series XS. But yeah, on the last tech update, they were talking about the possibility of bringing it to the Xbox One. I don't know how possible that is, but they did mention it on the last Q&A session. Painkillers plus open... Oh, that's a good point. Change tanks. Change tanks. Thanks, Sperrybot. I don't know if it would work, right? Viper Strike, I showed my my Reds Teddy earlier. I don't know if you saw him. Yeah, I think I would be shocked too. I think that's greed. If they try to make it run on it, it's to get as maximum exposure, a maximum amount of people that could play it. With a view, perhaps, if it doesn't run so great, that they might upgrade to the next one? Or is that a cynic in me? Look at this. This is incredible. I think there will be a... I think there will be a change for a bit of people in multiplayer. Maybe not so much for us guys and girls. That, you know, when we're flying and simming together, I have a fear of a bit of like Microsoft Flight Simulator Steam Edition going on. But hopefully, but it's going to be, it's cross server, right? So ooh, that's a little bit tall. I am meant to be good. I am meant to be cool. I am meant to be clear. But they look quite high. Checking my stats again. Could this be the day I'm wrong? I don't know. Could be. Look at this. And from her diaries, it was the green vegetation on the hills. She mentioned the green vegetation. It was the first ones that they'd seen pretty much across the whole of the journey. And here we are with trees on the hills. This is pretty much as she said it was in her diaries back in 1937. And here we are today with the vegetation. That's incredible. More ladies in the air would be a great thing. I keep trying to get more people to join. I don't know what the natural fauna of look at that though. That is really an oasis down there in those hills, isn't it? The lush green valley. Yeah, they're mountains. Yeah, you know what I mean. They're mountains. That's looking a little bit. I don't know if I'm too low for those. Oh, I might be alright. Yeah, absolutely. But it's exactly what she wrote in her diary. Into the slopey sandy foothills and then the mountains where green vegetation, almost the first we'd seen in Africa, began to appear below us. Oh, I think that's the ocean over the horizon, is it? Everyone else has gone higher. I should have faith in my navigation. It should be. There is a steep descent coming up, isn't there, guys? Am I low enough? Am I too high? Too low? I don't know. Unless the elevation chart has changed, 9,000 should be a safe altitude. But that, oh, there's Steve Solo ahead of us. There's a Thunderfly ahead. Oh, I might be good. It might be good. Oh, I don't know. Oh, it might be. Am I gonna chicken it? No, I'm gonna scrape it. We should be good. Should be. If we get a downdraft, we're screwed, Draco. I'm ready with my toga. You're safe at 21,000. No, we're fine. Look. We're fine. We're fine, look. We're going to skim that. We're skimming it. A little bit lower than I thought we were going to be. Don't think we're going to clear that next one, though. Oh, we might. We might. We're going to skim it. We're skimming. Scud running, I think Colonel Fort calls this. Ah, we're miles above it, look. Look at this, though. Isn't it amazing? Murph, if you're here, this is incredible, mate. I know you're working today, but Eritrea looks incredible. There's definitely windage. Definitely windage. I still think we're clear of the next lot as well. And then it's downhill all the way. Just over this ridge, we'll start descending out over the airfield. Oof! Definitely got some bumpage. And there's the sea, guys. The east coast of Africa is in sight. We're fine. What's the worst that could happen? Nah, details. Well, I'm sorry to say, you're not going to have the satisfaction of me getting my elevation data wrong. Meh, details. Oh, it'll be fine. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Look how that drops off. Look at that. And Catbat's down there, valley running. Wow. Look at that, though. And the valley over there. That's amazing. Isn't that? A waterfall there, you're absolutely right, would just be absolutely incredible. That is something else. Okay, so whoa, bumpage. Let's start getting down. So the airport elevation is 194 feet. So we've got a long way to go down. Let's arm that now. That's incredible. We've done it, boys and girls. Look at that. East coast of Africa. Oh, I've got goosebumps. Is a game meant to give you goosebumps?
I found this on the web.
Siri thought getting chills to music. No, it was a game, Siri. Look at that. Okay, let's just make sure I'm managing my mixture as we come down. Everything else can stay where it is. I'll let you know. Yes, Siri does not help. I'm surprised it didn't start yelling at me there. I really am going to turn her off because she's a... Take care, SJ Fly. Thank you for copping in. Bort Panda's going to help me with some WD-40ing of my rudder pedals later. Because they're a little bit... Yeah, they're not very accurate. Oh. And there's runway in sight, but we are going to fly past it. Otherwise, we'd have to do a lot of spiraling down here. Which... Runway 25, Draco. We're going to go past, out over the sea and back in. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of spiraling down here. Which, even here, is not that conducive for... I don't have any gun... Well, we don't have guns. So I don't have gun oil. I used to have gun oil, but I don't now. Actually, Laura might have some What's she got? She got that, like, that silicon lubricant. That might be better. $33 left, 35 right. 3 gallons till change tanks. Okay, descending through 8,000. Oh, 7,000 even. Cool. I'm lower than I thought I was going to be. Liquid graphite. Oh, that might be an idea as well. I don't know where I'm going to get that from here, though. A good old hoover and dust out would be good. Hoovering would be good. Let's just make sure the manifold pressure is adjusted as well. Good thinking, Batman. Because it's still pretty much the same here. I could go down faster. Yeah, absolutely I could. But I want to cross the ocean. I want to just cruise out over the ocean. I could forward slip it. I could also drop it down to 1,000 feet, but Fred in the back might get earache. I'm just gonna glide past it. I could take it down to. Oh, I could do about 800 feet a minute, I guess. It's just tricky to click on. Oh, I'll do 900. Is it just mind your ears, Fred? Okay, just make sure I'm managing. $32 on the left, $35 on the right. Thank you for following, Lollylol 1975. That's really kind of you. And thank you for joining us today. Massawa, we are above you. So runway 25, let's set my course while we're at it. Yeah, there's a big is Alaska 559's doing the is he doing across the pond for sim wings? Okay. Air brake's coming out just to slow me down now. Manifold pressure down to 20. Okay. So. See how we get on with this one. This is where I wish I had my VR. Keeping eyes on the airport is so much easier in VR. Nose up. Ooh, crikey, that was a firefly. Thunderfly even. That was a thunderfly pass by. Crikey almighty. That made me jump, guys. So RPM, try and keep that around that. Try and keep that down here. Okay. Oh, that was a stutter. Okay, so landing gear is locked. Seatbelts are secure. Passenger in the back is fine and briefed. I've made a big mistake. For this tank for landing. That would learn me not to do my checklist, won't it? It looks like a bit of a displaced threshold. No, it isn't. There's eBack coming in front of me. I'll try not to flare on you. A little bit of a cross as we come in. Let's try and land on the roof of that bus as it takes off from the piano numbers. Aiming for the 1,000-yard marker. Bring it down, power down. Let's try and not float too much this time. A little bit of rudder. Nose up, eyes to the end of the runway. Come on, down you come. That'll do. That'll do, pig. Welcome to Massawa, guys. Let's clear the runway and watch people come in. Catbat 9's down, eBack is down. Oh, Token Brown is there, Stoken Brown. Here comes Rolly Mal 9. And there's Steve Solo and the Thunderflies bringing us in again. Thank you, guys. Rolly Mal is down. Welcome to Massawa. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Shepherd Shoes. Yeah, another one down. Thanks, Katie. Thank you, Viper Strike. You guys make it all so worthwhile. It's amazing. Oh, Rolly, are you okay? See you soon, Katie. Draco is down. The Thunderflies flying above. How fantastic is this? For those of you who don't know, the Thunderflies are part of the Two-Tone Murphy Flying Circus, and they're our aerobatics group. And they fly in formation all the time, and they are getting so good now. Rolly Mal is down. Splasher 6 is down. Here comes Whoosh Blammo. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're behind me. Okay, Goblin. Here they come now. Thunderflies. Aerobatics display team. Look at those guys go. They are amazing. Thank you so... Oh, and the break. Oh, that's fantastic. Well done, guys. Oh, amazing. Here comes Whoosh Blammo now. Welcome to Massawa, Whoosh Blammo. Looking great, Thunderflies. Here comes my wingman, Dangerous Brian. And there's Warhamster. Biggles 5936 is on the way in as well. Wombat 49. Ah, Alaska's doing sim wings in Scotland. I'll make sure who's on and everything so we can do a raidie when everyone is down. We're watching everyone still come in. But certainly if sim wings are on. is that tonight they're on? Or oh, I don't know when he's on. And here comes Dangerous Brian. I would welcome suggestions of who we can raid after the raid. After the stream. Because I'm not quite sure who's who. Catbat9, thank you so much. And as always, thank you so much for your generosity. Oh, is he streaming on YouTube? Oh, I can't raid on YouTube, but everyone could go and jump on there, right? Yeah, but 757 Spy has tons of people, doesn't he? Oh, he's doing the cross the Pacific. Cross the CTP. Is he crossing the... Oh, crossing the pond. Dangerous Brian, welcome to Massawa. North Stream, no, I'm done for today. I'm streaming again Monday evening, about 5:30 UK time. Rolly Mail, oh my god, 4:30 in the morning. Well, you sleep well, and thank you so much for flying along all the way with me. Thank you, take care. Who's got one? Mustafa. Who's got one viewer? 757. Really? Yeah, but that's ATC, right? Depends how people's... 6 hours, yep. 6 hours. Thank you, Goblin. It was fantastic, wasn't it? I will have another look in a minute. Here come the Thunderflies. As always, guys, you guys are incredible. I do have to see them come in. Let's browse Microsoft Flight Simulator and find someone with some... Who we got? Anyone I recognise? I've gone and watched before. Anyone doing GA? Welcome, Thunderflies. Look at that. There you are, guys. You're incredible. Thank you so much. The Thunderflies, everybody. Steve Solo, Warhamster, and Wombat. Thank you, guys. Oh, I don't know. Who do I pick? Who do I pick? Oh, help a girl out. Who do I pick? Oh, Alaska's live, guys. So I'll drop on. I'll drop over here to someone, but please go and join Alaska 559 on YouTube. They're doing the Simwings flight around Scotland tonight for a great cause and a great charity, bringing flight sim to people who and kids who can't afford it. So if you can't, hop on over and support them. I will be over there watching very shortly. Thank you, guys. Rollymal 9, Stoken Brown, Draco, Druid Zeus, Whoosh Blammo, Dangerous Brian, Biggles, Kazaki Flyer, Warhamster, Wombat, Tritz, Steve Solo, Biggles. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us today. I'm going to pick someone just to quickly just jump us all on, but go and join Alaska, support the Simwings cause, because they are bringing flight sim to people who might never ever be able to do it. So I don't know who to pick. I'm going to pick someone crazy. just because they're in a C-152 doing a ferry flight from Argentina, and their name is Captain Kitten. So as an alley cats, why not? So, but I'm going to jump over to watch watch Alaska now. So let's get my dashboard. So it's rat capt CPT captain. So it's take care, everybody. Catch you on Monday, hopefully, to join me for my flight down to Assab. Have a great evening. Thank you again for all your following, the viewing, the chats, the laughs, the giggles, the flights, the history, and joining me on this flight. Have a great rest of your weekend. I'm sure we'll catch you all soon. But until then, see you Monday. Thanks, Draco.